Yeah, well,
from
big
the
time.
past history.
Yeah, fantastic, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, the Ottomans, huh?
No, after what?
How happy are you with the new
1930s, 20s. You had some difficulties with the agricultural foods. And Turkish Atatürk, Mustafa Kemal,
Yes,
founder
yes,
of
yes.
Turkey, has sent some potato foods,
yeah,
and also
food.
your people were very pleased and appreciated. We can talk later.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good morning. I welcome you to our panel on the new era in ATM and navigation at the Future Aviation Forum 2024. We thank you, our host, the country, the GACA, and all the other sponsors for making this happen. We have put together a very good panel discussing the innovation and the new technologies that are coming up in the region and also worldwide. We have a good mix of OEM, service providers, and also some regulatory expertise and some of the new technologies related to urban air mobility. I'll introduce myself first. My name is Asim Rizwan. I'm a senior consultant with Aegis Group on subject matter expert in ATM. Previously, I worked for 15 years in Abu Dhabi Airport ANS department in the strategy and planning department, and very familiar with some of these projects that we'll be discussing and some of the new technologies that are coming up. To my left, we have Hervé Molach. He's the Airspace Mobility Solution and Innovation Practice Leader at Thales. He leads the labs in France, Singapore, and Australia. And he's developing various technologies and capabilities through partnerships. He was also the director of Air Lab, which is a collaboration between CAS in Singapore and Thales. And he's also served as the vice president technical directorate for Thales. When he's not working in aviation, he loves to sail. And he's hoping to teach sailing to his grandchildren when he gets a chance, and once he retires. Hopefully all of us will get that pleasure. To his left, Mr. Javier. Javier is the Regional Director for Latin America and Caribbean Affairs, and also the Region Director for Middle East Affairs for CANSO. CANSO, as you know, is the industry for ANSPs, and he basically leads the development for air traffic management solutions and sponsors some of the initiatives that come up. He's a member of the Airspace Optimization Task Force and also the ICAO NSCC Working Group. Prior to his role at CANSO, Mr. Javier was 5 years with ENAIR in the Spanish ANSP, where he was responsible for financial and economic aspects. And he's worked with various director generals and presidents on topics of leadership. And in terms of what he doesn't do when he's not working, so he's good at salsa. Salsa dancing is his passion. Not sure what was the last time he practiced it, but that's something that he likes to do. Then we have Corwin Huber. So Mr. Corwin, basically, and I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes. Yeah, so he's the founder of Skyroads, which is related to urban air mobility. They are working for solutions, digital solutions for making sure that the drones and other UAVs don't hit each other. He is an expert for 30 years in engineering and management. He has led aircraft design and manufacturing companies, and also a high-tech material science company, among other things. So he's an active pilot, and among his passions, he's an aerobatic. He enjoys test flying, and he also flies very high-performance aircraft. So if you have any questions on how to conduct high-velocity maneuvers, that'll be our guy. Mr. Haider is next. Mr. Haider is former president of the Eurocontrol Provisional Council. He was elected for 4 years for that council, 2 years unanimously, and he also served as a member of FSF Board of Governors. He originally joined the Turkish DGCA as an aeronautical engineer 30 years ago, and then served as their deputy DG for 17 years. He's a former member of the ICAO and NCMC, and also members of other ICAO working groups and chairman of the RASG Europe. He currently works at the Eurocontrol as a senior expert and a member of the advisory board of the World UAV Federation. He enjoys traveling, and he also has a YouTube channel that he runs, and he's interviewed a bunch of people, including Mr. Salvatore Scaetano, who's the president of the ICAO, and also Felipe de Oliveira, the DG of ACI. Next, we have Desmond Whitty, a good friend of ours from here in the region, from SANS, NERA. He's basically an expert, among other things, in remote technology. He's leading the charge for developing the solution here in the region. He's got 30 years of experience across multiple organizations, including aviation engineering, airframes, aircraft performance, and ramp management. He holds a MSc in human factors and also safety assessment in aeronautics. He's currently also studying at a PhD level. And for his passions, he's just learned to do skiing. So while in Saudi Arabia, he managed to find some time for skiing. So that's something that is admirable. And last but not the least, Mr. Hey there, so, okay, so Larry. So I'm sorry, we missed the order a little bit. So for Larry, he's basically in Boeing research. He's led for more than 40 years in Boeing, and he is in the Boeing's defense, commercial, and global business in global new programs. Larry currently works in the operational efficiency organization and leads the customer engagement for Boeing in those areas. He's the co-chair of CANZO UAV UTM program and the task force, and also the operational system innovation group. Larry likes to travel, including to his wife's home country in Colombia. So there's some connection, salsa in Colombia and other things, but he recently visited Jeddah, and he liked what he saw and would like to come back and maybe do some projects in Jeddah. So please join me in welcoming our astute panel, and hopefully we'll have a good discussion. Thank you. So I'll start with Hervey first. In terms of technology, and we have heard a lot about big data and data analytics and new innovation technology in various areas. Coming from the Thales OEM perspective, would you be able to share some ideas and thoughts on what you guys are working on and how it can be incorporated moving forward?
Yes. Can you hear me first?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. It's very exciting to be here and to share a little bit of what we are doing in Thales. First, I would say it's a very exciting time as well in terms of innovations. I think the rate of change and the rate of innovation in ATM is going faster. I've been working in ATM for 40 years, and I'm quite excited about what we are seeing. I think it's a huge transformation which is coming from the digital, mainly because the huge data, the fact that we have now a lot of data coming, and also, and I'm sure my colleagues will talk about it, the fact that the development of artificial intelligence and machine learning is also happening. It will take some time, and I will come back on that one, but it's happening. Definitely, it means that we will have to change the way we are looking at the paradigm of what we are doing. So what does it mean from our perspective? It will be basically to look at more digital solutions on what we are doing, digital solutions, but also open solutions. If we think about all the generations of previous air traffic management systems we are used to design and build, there is a shift. There is a shift of paradigm, looking at using new technologies, which are the digital technologies, and also getting them open. I think from a pure customer perspective, from a pure NSP's perspective, there is the aim of the desire to go faster and to be able also to integrate with third parties, which is today something which is quite complex. So that's, I think, for me, the big change from a pure, I would say, industrial perspective. We are working now on digital platforms. So definitely we are looking at this very, very seriously for the next generations of systems. So that's where we are going. We have to take into account that it's not simple, not easy, because safety and cybersecurity from a regulator perspective is growing. I mean, it's always rising. And that's something which will have to be addressed. And it's a big challenge. And we are working with EASA and other agencies to look at how we can address that challenge.
Yes.
And it's a change of paradigm at the end. So definitely, I mean, that's what I see in terms of change from a pure industrial perspective.
Thank you.
And I could continue as well on artificial intelligence, but I think we'll come back on that one.
Yes, thank you. We'll come back to some of the other enhancements in a minute. But Javier, from your side, I know that you, as from Kansas side, were working on some integration technologies between ATM and UTM and some of the other optimizations. Can you throw some light on that, please?
Yes, correct. So right now we're living in a transformation phase, right? It's like going from floppy to the cloud base on this time on aviation. So within the Kansas side, we have created what is called the Complete Air Traffic System Global Council, which is a compendium of many of the ANSPs around the world, including NASA, Boeing, Airbus, and many of the VTOL manufacturers. So we created the vision of the sky, of the future skies for 2045, okay? And within that vision is actually an integration of all the new entrants and of course the increase of space operations. So that's how we are working together to integrate and creating that vision for 2045. Now, in the LAC region, and I see our friends from ICAO and COSESNA here, we have been working to implement what is called the strategic direct routings. We have done, in Mexico, we have done approximately 18 flight trials with saving the airlines in approximately $3 million in operational savings and more than 8 million kilograms of CO2 reduction emissions. Those are only on trials. At the regional side, we did several trials. One of them was from from Atlanta to Lima with Delta on optimization of flights. And on those trials, we were also working and saved the airlines more than $4 million US.
So that's using these concepts for sustainable aviation and working on those goals and helping the ANSPs, yes?
Correct, yes.
Perfect. No, thank you, Javier. And we'll come back to some of the other concepts that you're working in Latin America on that. Appreciate that. And Corbin, for your side, from like the UAV side, and how are you looking at integrating some of the information that's available into the technology that you're using?
Well, obviously the integration of information is key to any form of guiding vehicles safely. This is entirely clear. From a very operational point of view, on the ground, trying to provide valid routing and deconfliction to vehicles, from our point of view, it becomes very critical to make sure that data are reliable, accurate. So we are going to great lengths making sure that the data that we analyze and integrate to the system actually reflects reality. I think there's a lot of discussion about data interpretation, and I'd be happy to take part in that discussion. But before we interpret data, we may need to make sure that the data itself is valid and reflects reality. And I think there is still a significant amount of work to be done in order to make up-to-date data, reliable data, available to the aviation community. It's in general, when you collect data, you have topographic data, weather data, all kinds of obstacle data, existing traffic data, and you may need to make sure that data in is to a degree of reliability and fidelity that you can apply it to navigational decisions. And I think that there's still a way to go in that respect.
I appreciate that. No, definitely, our adage about garbage in, garbage out. So we need to make sure the data is accurate and it's correctly used and interpreted. So definitely. So Larry, from your point of view in terms of Boeing and how they're interpreting the data in terms of aircraft performance, et cetera, and also some of the optimization and sustainability using these information that's available, can you add some to the discussion there?
Sure. Thank you. First of all, thank you for the invitation
Thank you.
to participate in this panel this morning in this beautiful venue. Yes, so the importance of data is becoming more and more omnipresent, more and more present, more and more important. As Hervé mentioned, the amount of change in our operational environment today is transformational. It really is. Our aircraft, as well as those of other aircraft that are flying today, generate a tremendous amount of data. These aircraft are connected to air traffic control, to the airline operations center. So there are lots of opportunities to leverage this data for sustainability purposes in order to fly more efficient routes that result in less emissions being burned during the flight. It allows for better coordination with air traffic control so that flights that are transiting the globe can arrive at their destination on time without being put into a holding stack, which once again has an impact on sustainability. The other issue with the data is it can be used for better predictive purposes of how the aircraft can operate and for maintenance purposes so that the airline has greater value in using the asset and taking a value of that asset. And then lastly, and I think really the major transformational piece here is that the flight rules under which aircraft will operate will transform from IFR to digital flight rule concepts that will facilitate the integration of all users, be it a VFR platform, be it an IFR, be it new entrants such as urban air mobility platforms, as well as established users. So the value of the data, the application of AI concepts to that data will ultimately enable a more efficient air traffic system.
No, I appreciate that. And I'll definitely come back to you in terms of interaction between traditional aircraft and the UAVs and how the data will get exchanged, possibly using some of the systems Corvin is developing or some of our other OEM in the urban air mobility section. And Desmond, I'll come back to you in a minute, but Heather, if you can throw some ideas about the data and the artificial intelligence, especially portion of it, because that's the big buzzword, right? How does that apply to ATM and moving forward?
Thank you very much, Asim, and good morning, everyone. I am also pleased to be here in front of you to be a member of this valuable group. In fact, Asim, with your permission, I would like to approach the issues from the regulatory perspective because all the other members are representative of the industries in different parts. But I believe the perspective from the regulatory side will complete the pictures. Technologies are available. Also, it was available yesterday, and it will be available in the forthcoming period as well. But the main issue is how we use this technology in a proper manner, because what is the paramount of the aviation people is to maintain high level of safety. So in order to keep that safety, in one side, high level of technology is available, but we need to use that technology for these paramount purposes, to keep high level of safety, but while keeping these efforts, we need to keep as efficient as possible and sustainable manner. And also the transformation is also essential for digitalization purposes. What does digitalization is for? What is digitalization for? This is also essential for having the situation in more clear manner and keeping the trends for the future. It will only be possible to keep the data. So big data cannot be analyzed with the current traditional efforts with the human being. So therefore we need some technology, and that technology will be using by AI or some other technological abilities. So AI is also using for reducing the environmental effect, at the same time improving the current capacity as much as possible. And also digitalization is also used for the efficiency, improving the efficiency of the system. Therefore, these two issues are important to improve the current system. But how shall we do it? I would like also to underline another issue, which is collaborative efforts. There is a technology, there is an other AI and other things, but what about the regulatory perspective of this? So the regulatory authorities should work with all the related stakeholders in the industry to keep as smooth as possible an implementation of these smooth new technologies. So adaptability of the regulations using this technology is, I believe, an important step forward.
No, absolutely. I think that's very important to note that artificial intelligence, use of it for strategic decision-making, tactical decision-making, has to go through a safety assessment, has to get the regulatory approval before it's put in use. So we'll explore that a little bit further, but coming back to DES and some of the technology that they are already incorporating to good use, which is the remote tower technology, but also there's representing NERA here. So Des, if you can maybe introduce the audience to NERA and then the remote tower technology.
Sure.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Asim, and once again, thank you very much for being part of this panel with these esteemed guests also. It's great to meet them this morning. Good morning, everybody. My name's Des. I work for NERA. So NERA is standing for New Era, a company which is fully owned by SAN, Saudi Air Navigation Services. We are essentially a commercial or consultancy arm of SANS. So we deploy within Saudi Arabia and beyond, of course, digital tower solutions. So we have the very first ever remote tower center in Jeddah. Very soon going to launch fully operational control of Al Ula Airport, which is almost 600 kilometers away. So we're in the trial testing phase right now, and we'll be hopefully, inshallah, moving forward to full deployment and operations by end of July. So that's the first ever remote tower center in Saudi. Will take up to 3 airports completely. And just reference the discussion on AI, machine learning and big data. The whole industry is moving forward to digitalization, as we mentioned. Hence the reason we're here talking about what does the future hold. And essentially that, the DFR rules, as we were just talking about earlier, VFR, IFR, now digital flight rules potentially through regulatory approval processing and regulatory journey is really going to support, of course, the industry moving forward. Where the digital tower solution is really helpful is when we look at the likes of the infrastructure, vertiports, heliports, FATOs, and all of these elements that will be built and operational within the next few years, really, if we think about it, at major urban areas like Riyadh, Jeddah, you name it, any big city area, they're going to need some level of control, harmonization, integration. And again, in relation to the technology on its own is one element of the bigger picture, right? So, I mean, if we talk about data, The technology presents us and provides us with data, reams and reams of data. But we need the ability to understand that data, make good decisions on that data, how to act, what do we spend our time, resources, and money on, make sure that that's done correctly, and obviously gain the benefit and the efficiency. So where is the need, and how is that then, addressed, and how we move forward. So from the digital tower part, also, I mean, we look at efficiencies, how we gain efficiencies, particularly in the airport area, from arrivals, departures, but also ramp management. I read an interesting statistic recently from Boeing. For ramp management, if you're to save 10 minutes on a turnaround annually over a fleet over a year, that's going to give you an extra 200 flights, which is remarkable. For a 10-minute saving, each time you're going to gain 200 flights annually. So that's a very interesting statistic. Technology can help you get there, but then also utilizing that technology correctly, making accurate decisions on deploying that. So, I mean, the digital AI solution is the way forward to do that. The human has only a certain amount of capability. So having the machine learning and AI is going to help you get there.
No, absolutely. I think some of the new technologies that we have and the enhanced imaging, but also the ADSP surveillance capabilities that we have, some of the data analytics that are coming out of the industry. There's some very good solutions that help us optimize the operations that various companies are working at to defining the solution. But talking about innovation in general, R&D and the moving forward, there is a big push to set up some regional center of excellence all over the world. We are looking at companies like Thales, companies like Boeing, but even some of the ANSPs who have traditionally set up these R&Ds in various areas to help foster this relationship. So Harvey, if you can just introduce some of the work that Thales is doing in terms of R&D, where the centers are, how you're collaborating with other stakeholders to develop these capabilities, please.
Yes, thank you. I think what is important is to be able to collaborate. Behind innovations, what we are looking at is collaborations with ANSPs on new technologies, and to provide tools which enables to validate ConOps in a near operational environment. So somehow something which can reproduce the reality, but without having the safety issues that we can have, if we are using the real systems. So that's what we have done, big platforms, digital platforms, which enables to conduct and to develop some use cases with ANSPs. We have 3 labs today. We have a lab in France, we have a lab in Singapore, and we have a lab in Australia. The way we are working with ANSPs is really based on collaborations, meaning that it can be joint lab, such as we are co-developing with engineers from the ANSPs. And of course, all the ConOps and the use cases are defined using agile methodologies, working with the air traffic controllers, so that we are defining together what we're going to develop in terms of use cases. The way we are implementing that, it's really working together. So meaning a mix of experts, which can come from Thales, mix of experts that are coming from the NSPs, and we can harmonize the research which is done on the various practice of labs. So basically work which will be done in France could be reused in Australia or in Singapore. Basically, I think what we have to encourage is really to be able to reuse activities that we are doing in different labs, which of course will bring a lot of synergies.
So there might be some interest in the region also. I've heard different entities are setting up research centers. So potentially there will be some room for collaboration between Thales and the ANSPs in the region.
Yeah, so we are embracing those collaborations. We have different topics that we need to look at. We have developed, as I mentioned, some digital platforms. So for instance, we have developed an ATM twin to be able to develop new use cases and to test these use cases in near real environment. We are working on trajectory-based operations, developing FFIs, that type of stacks and activities. We are working on AI implementations of AI on CDR, that type of activities, conflict detections. Of course, how can you use AI? Well, we also in architecture, I mentioned at the beginning that the way the systems are evolved, they are going to go toward digital. But behind that, there is a lot of complexity because of cybersecurity, because of safety. So that requires also some activities in terms of research. We are going to change the way we are working. And that's also what we are looking at as part of the innovations.
Absolutely.
In collaborations.
Yes, thank you, Hervé. But from the, let's say, the aircraft manufacturer side or another perspective, Larry, if you want to add something to how to develop an R&D capability and also what you're doing currently?
I'd be happy to. So Boeing has 11 R&D centers around the world. The U.S., Latin America, and Brazil, here in the Middle East, including Saudi Arabia, India, China, Korea, Japan, Australia, and the UK, Europe. And so all of these labs are connected so that they can collaborate on activities that have a impact across our company. At the same time, these labs collaborate with the air traffic control systems, the airline operations center, the airports, in order to emulate the operational environment in which our aircraft fly. This is really important because our aircraft operate in a system-of-system environment. And the only way that the system is operated is that if all of the parties that are participating in this environment are collaborating together. We do not progress without that collaboration. And that is very, very important. So when before we move to, let's say, an operational trial, we will emulate the experiment that we want to validate in collaboration with all these other parties. So we've worked closely with the FAA and connected with the FAA's and NASA's air traffic systems. The same applies in Europe with the Single European Sky Advanced Research Project. And it's through that opportunity we begin to understand some of the impacts before we actually apply it in actual test flights, either for our own aircraft, where we flew last year across the Pacific on an FAA program testing trajectory-based operation concepts, or with our urban air mobility platforms and our UTM system that we're developing, where we've been testing that with the FAA, as well as New Zealand and Australia. So key piece is the collaborative environment first, and then the transition to actual operational test programs that validate the concepts.
Okay. So the first use case or the test case for an R&D that's currently happening, among other things, is UAVs. And Corwin, I think your company is taking the lead in developing some of those solutions to deconflict UAVs with other aircraft or flying objects. Can you elaborate on how you guys are going ahead with some of those research? What are you looking at and making it forward in terms of Skyroads and what they're doing?
Absolutely, yes, thank you. I'd like to leave with you in the audience here why it's so timely that we're having this discussion right here in Riyadh at this point in time. As has been mentioned before, we're at an interesting juncture in industrial development. Aviation industry, as has been mentioned too, is safety conscious and needs to provide a system of systems that is extremely robust in its safety application. At the same time, we are in a time where a new type of use of air is coming up. You've all heard about the eVTOLs that are being developed. If you have the time and move over to the Ritz Hotel, there's an eVTOL exhibit over there with some vehicles out there that you'll want to see. The interesting thing is that all of these vehicles and the operational concepts are being developed by companies which are substantially smaller than the companies that our friends here are coming from. And if we are ever to give them a chance of realizing what some people call disruptive innovation, but really it's not disruptive, it's using the aviation safety principles and applying new methods to realizing it and allowing the public to use a new type of aerial service. So now, having said that, we need to make sure that this new form of transport is as safe as the old form was, and the only way to do that is through real-life experimentation. And I'd like to leave with you the importance of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has a unique position in realizing this new form of transport, because here we actually have environmental conditions that allow us to do that at relatively low risk. As you all know, if you want to fly new types of aircraft or operationalize new operation modes, you have to do risk assessments. And the risk is strongly related to the quality of the vehicle, how it behaves, but also to what damage it can do in its environments. Now, in this particular country, we have fascinating use cases that pose relatively low risk to the outside world and therefore would allow us to accelerate our learning process. Now, I'm part of a consortium that is putting together different industry verticals to test exactly that in this beautiful country. But having said that, we need to make sure that it remains integrated with traditional aviation. Now, your question was, how do we make sure that any new mode of transport is as safe as the old versions were, as transport is today? What we're doing as a company is we're flying unmanned aerial vehicles within controlled airspace in Germany, which is very, very unusual indeed. We do that together with the local air traffic control entity. As many of you know, there are different, in Europe, every nation has its own air traffic control organization, but they overlap regionally. We have, in southern Germany, we have the interesting situation that a lot of airports are mandated by Austrian air traffic control, not by German air traffic control. Austria being a small country, they have a very small air traffic control system, which means it's flexible. So another element that we're seeing here in Riyadh with SANS, GACA, and the organizations here, they are prepared to be flexible in their application of existing rulemaking. So take away from here that this is a very interesting opportunity to actually test and make sure that a new mode of 3D transportation is as safe as the old one was.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Corwin. So, Haider, from your side, from Eurocontrol perspective, some ideas about R&D and what's happening, some of the CESAR initiatives.
Yes. Thank you, Asim. I fully support what Kobe said regarding the overlaps in regional perspective, and Eurocontrol has the responsibilities on this respect and provides assistance to avoid that kind of overlaps. Also, ICAO regional offices is here, so they are also taking an important role to get rid of that kind of overlaps, but it is also essential to disseminate the data, sharing information, and using the available resources in an appropriate manner. Eurocontrol, ICAO regional offices, EASA, and that kind of safety organizations are really an important key institutions to provide solutions to this kind of challenges. But with your permission, Azim, I would like to approach the issues on R&D. You said Eurocontrol has R&D institution in Brittany, and providing all the technical support and innovation opportunities. And up to now, they have provided so many important technological improvements in the sector. And there is a need to integrate the technologies, the current traditional technologies, with the advanced air mobilities, because the future will be with advanced air mobilities, no doubt. But I have another issue, Asim. We have the technologies, we have the regulatory issues, but what about the experts? Do we have enough experts to use these technologies? I believe after the pandemic, aviation industry has shortening of the experts as it was the case for the other industries. Therefore, we need to find a suitable way to train people to find new experts. But it is not an easy issue. It is a challenging one. Therefore, by using the normal traditional training methods, it's not so easy to train the people to replace the previous experts. Therefore, we need to use the emerging technologies again in the forthcoming period, which are available. And by using augmented realities or visual realities for having training the experts, which provides 90% focus on technical issues, 4 times faster, and 52% cost-saving technologies. So by using these emerging technologies, I believe we may train the people, we may have additional experts to use these available technologies.
No, definitely. The use of technology in ANSP is obviously growing, especially with the UAVs. We are seeing CNS ATM calibration activities, ILS calibration being done through drones. That's actually in practice today. We are seeing obstacle surveys being carried out by drones. So in some of the other use cases, Des, maybe you can throw some light on these areas that are being explored?
Yeah, just as supporting the discussion here really in relation to having the talent available to understand the new challenges ahead with digitalization. So for example, AI, autonomous aircraft, eVTOL, and the regulations behind to support that. But also what we're finding, particularly in the digital tower, digital realm, is skill set is changing. So skill set is more about managing the digitalization versus control versus monitoring versus management and so on. And we sort of found that through history when we see the evolution of the cockpit through Airbus, through Boeing, and so on and so forth. So kind of what we're seeing is this new era of skill set training. We have obviously history behind us in learning about these newcomers to airspace, new airspace users. So eVTOL providers, air taxi, drones for delivery, medevac, emergency medevac and transport of organs, et cetera, right? So all of these new elements are now showing up. They're environmentally friendly, of course. They're obviously congestion in big urban areas. I mean, we all were driving in Riyadh last night and this morning, and we know what the traffic is like. So this is obviously an environmentally friendly, sustainable solution to go to the air, bring eVTOLs, drones, and so on. So that's pushing risk in a different direction than what we were traditionally used to. So again, when we talk about the regulatory approval process, I attended a meeting yesterday, and the GACA representative was talking about having very, very clear engagement with stakeholders, very transparent engagement, very transparent regulations, and of course that the regulatory body will support the industry rather than hindering the industry. Of course, there are certain levels of restrictions we all have to apply. When we look at the ATC element, and let's say controlling drones or eVTOL unmanned vehicles, we also have to be ready, and we're seeing it already. For example, 2 of our main customers from ATC perspective, Saudia and Flynas, have orders already for eVTOL aircraft. They want to start trialing and testing in Jeddah and Riyadh in 2026, and we're halfway through 2024, so that's not far away. So SANS and NIRA are, obviously ready, engaging with them to support that trialing, testing phase, and so on. Again, applying very rigorous safety risk assessment process.
Definitely, absolutely. And Javier, from cancer perspective, like for research, but also you guys have done some work in space operation, near space operation, and space CDM. Can you throw some light on the work that was done on that area and in general also?
Yes, and also just to go back to, just to fill in, collaboration is essential. So before we do any of the trials within the Latin American and Caribbean region, we actually work together with ICAO, the regulator, the ANSP, and the airline. So we do get together, we want to see which route we want to start going, and that's when it took us to space CDM. So because of the increase of space operations within the LAC region, okay, we were forced in a good way to start communicating how we can optimize and make sure that the commercial activities were not impacted so much by the closing of the airspace, okay, the hazard areas. So what we did was we were working together with the FAA, ATO Space Ops, with SpaceX, NASA, and also the ANSPs that were affected by the closing of the airspace. And we actually were able to enhance, or actually move the launch period to non-peak times, and also to analyze the days that were not so busy within those airspace to make sure that the commercial aviation were not impacted. It was not easy because, as you know, when you do a launch, Larry knows more than I, when you do a launch, there's a whole bunch of mathematical computations that you have to take into consideration. But this collaboration allowed us to understand, and the new entrants, Space Ops has just been forever, but the new entrants understood how they're going to impact the commercial side, and we were able to get into an agreement to make sure that we're not much of an impact in that side.
No, appreciate that, and definitely collaborative decision-making among stakeholders, among regulators, is very important, moving any technology forward in any way. So I think in closing, what I would like to ask each one of you, if you can briefly give one idea that what's currently not in practice, but you see coming up in the next 5 to 10 years, something that's currently in research that we may not have heard, or we may know but we don't know. But just briefly, 1 or 2 sentences about an idea so that we can take it away with us to say, that's something I want to do it at my airport or within my NSP. I'll start from Harvey, yourself. Just something.
You mean in 10 years? What will we see in 10 years? I think you mentioned that the industry is changing. It's becoming more and more digital. AI is coming. But at the end, what we will see in terms of the industry itself, it will be much more integrated, I think. In terms of in 10 years, I think there will be genuine implementations of the trajectories, share their trajectories between the different stakeholders, up to the fact that you can negotiate trajectories between the ground and the pilots. Also, in the integrations of the drones among this overall airspace. That's what I think. I mean, a much better integrations of all the various stakeholders of aviation.
Excellent, thank you. Javier, one idea that you think will happen in the future? Let's look into
I can think of many ideas, but just bringing it down to one is very simple. Technology is there. We're talking about a trajectory-based operations, but we need a whole bunch of supporting SWIM, CPDLC, regional air traffic flow management, and actually that in-time information sharing is essential.
Yes.
So the digitalization is there. How can we move forward together with the regulator, with the ANSPs and the airlines to make sure that all the systems are integrated? Because right now, there are many systems that do not talk to each other. So we need to make sure those systems are integrated to make sure we move on forward to the advanced air mobility and everything else that there is out there.
Absolutely. Corwin, from your side, because I know UAVs will need that integration, but what are the biggest enabler you see in the future that will make it happen? Thousands of drones flying around, or UAVs, vertiports working?
I'd like to point out that while we are used to aviation being a monolithic industrial topic, we're moving a new type of transportation in from the bottom, which has the potential to revolutionize land transport. In urban air mobility, we can realize transportation at the same energy and price points as land-based transportation on short ranges. But this potential needs to be unlocked by a digital management system that reduces significantly human interaction with the system in order to be safe and in order to be efficient. Now, I don't want to disagree with the fact that technology exists. Technology, of course, exists, but a fully automated traffic management and vehicle guidance systems has not been implemented so far. And in order to do that, we need to test ideas. And I think that's what I want to leave you with. Any region, city, national government that is willing to commit to real-life sandboxes with an implementation model coupled to it is going to win the game.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. Larry, from your side, from what you have seen, what you project ahead?
I'd say that right now, Boeing has a subsidiary called Wisk. Wisk is developing a 4-passenger, fully autonomous urban air mobility vehicle. That platform will be flying beyond visual line of sight in the airspace within the next 5 to certainly 10 years. We're working with regulators around the world to help them understand some of the key issues to ensure that a fully autonomous platform can fly beyond visual line of sight missions in an integrated airspace. To bring this capability to the forefront, and so we're taking our CONOPS that we've developed for the FAA. We're translating that to a CONOPS that will apply in Europe and will apply in other locations around the world. So that's my vision of to answer your question.
Thank you. Des?
Yeah, thank you very much. Great question. So in NERA and SANS, we obviously have strategy, and our strategy in NERA is based on bounds of horizons. So Horizon 1, Horizon 2, 3, 4, and so on. So looking at those horizons, we're looking forward essentially into the future, the crystal ball. What will ATM, what will airspace look like? And really it's what we just talked about, which is full integration of UAM, AAM, BVLOS, aircraft, fully digitalized, fully autonomous aircraft operating almost similar to a Star Wars movie, should I dare to say this. But then again, through a very rigorous safety risk assessment, regulatory approval process, and having to take a level of trialing and risk. And I think here in Saudi Arabia, as just mentioned, it's really a perfect opportunity that the appetite is there, the regulatory framework is there and being developed. The appetite is there from SANS, for example, the only ANSP within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to develop that technology and those, let's say, use cases, trial cases. And some of that is existing already in the likes of NEOM and things like this. So we do have plans to obviously cater for that. As I mentioned, some of our main customers have orders in already. They have plans. We're engaged with them on how to manage that for them and support them in delivering that trials in 2026 and so on.
Thank you, Des. And either last word or your thoughts on the future?
Thank you. And I believe this is time to transform the technologies to the implementation for having the highest level of safety. But time is to have collective commitment from each parties, from regulatory authorities to the stakeholders, airspace users, and all of them to keep collaboration, cooperation, and coordination. And it will be the opportunity for all over the industry to have step forward, having high level of safety and security. Otherwise, we will have difficulties to have spending our resources in a different way. So efficiency is one of the most important issue, and sustainability is also another one. But only cooperation and collaboration and sharing the proper data on time, avoiding duplications in the sector will be the key issues for the next 5 years, I believe.
Perfect. Just a thought from my side also. I think the big capex related to CNS ATM, the concept may change. It may become CNS ATM as a service. We are already looking at some of the OEMs offering these to say that we will provide that as a service, rather a subscription model to the latest and the greatest technologies that they have, rather than a one-off purchase every 7-8 years. That will evolve, enabling the UTM to work, some of the smaller players who will control some of these hundreds and thousands of flying objects. So the scale will somewhat become smaller, but broader. So that's something to look at and see how it evolves. Now we'll open up for questions. We do not have too much time, but probably a couple of questions, and then we'll obviously be around for answering any. So anybody want to open for questions, please?
Well, thank you very much. Very interesting. I lost part of the conversation, so regarding artificial intelligence.
But just your introduction, please.
My name is Victor Aguado. I used to be engaged in air traffic management.
Yeah.
Artificial intelligence, machine learning, great, but it will come a point to the decision making.
Yeah.
So it is good that the machine learns. It's good to have all the information. It's good to data mining, but the question is decision making, and the decision making, probably this is the problem with regulators. How do you regulate a decision making of a machine that has been learning without knowing what has been learned? That's the first thing. Second, regarding the
CTR or winning control. So there's many different ways you could look at that and how that would be managed. So of course, plugging the digital tower here, but I mean a digital solution, in my opinion, is how that can be managed at low-level airspace in urban areas with vertiports and having a level of maybe intervention from the ground to control them and so on.
Corwin, you wanted to add something to this?
I'd like to add, excuse me, yes. I'd like to add two aspects that I heard in your question. Number one, the word AI covers a wide range of applications, philosophy, concepts. If we want to certify anything, it has to be deterministic. You know that what comes out related to what goes in. As long as it's not deterministic, it's not going to happen, period. There is AI that is going to be extremely helpful in optimizing traffic patterns. We've heard about apron management, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
Perfect. If you want to create a safety critical system, what goes in, you need to know what comes out when what goes in. So you have to make up your own mind how far you want to use AI there. Where the advanced air mobility is concerned, and I heard you talk about sensing there and deconfliction, sense and avoid. It's becoming increasingly clear that the automotive concept of smart vehicles only goes so far in aviation. If you need to use onboard sensors for nominal operations, you will have cost levels in sensors that approach vehicle cost levels. It is not going to work. So there's going to be a substantial element of ground sensing in advanced air mobility in order to be cost effective.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, we have run out of time for more questions, but I'll be available, and I think some of my fellow panelists will be available. But please join me in thanking them for their valuable contribution. And thank you all for attending this session, and looking forward to collaborating with most of you or some of you in the future. Thank you.
the button.
Hello, good morning. Thanks all everyone for being here. My name is Lorenzo Tritoni. I'm one of the partners of the Oliver Wyman practice in transportation and infrastructure. Very happy to be here with experts here in the aviation and mobility infrastructure to basically talk about a bit of the trends of the future of travel. When we look at future of travel, obviously we understand that there are lots of things changing from the passenger side, from sustainability aspects, integration with the air mobility, with the urban air mobility especially. So typically when we look at that, it's like 5 topics that we look and that we explore, from the sustainability aspects, how to achieve net zero, how also to integrate the technological innovations that we understand are very important, especially for the passenger experience, the intermodal connectivity, the workforce itself, which is a big topic as well. And then last but not least, the passenger experience evolution, which is something that is very, very important and very relevant for that topic. So there are many challenges and multiple opportunities that will arise in the region, also globally. And I wanted also to share this discussion with colleagues here, with 4 different experts from engineering background, from the urban air mobility background, from the faculty. So here I want to open the stage for Dr. Nadine Itani, Damien Kaisley, John Reevy, and Dr. Fethi Shebil. So if you can introduce yourselves.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Nadine Itani. I'm a lecturer and program leader for air transport management at the University of Surrey. I focus on operational research, and I've been involved in several projects in the Middle East and North Africa with airline, airports, and aviation regulators as well. And I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you.
Great. Nice to meet you. I'm Damien Kisley. I'm the head of infrastructure for Europe and the Middle East at Skyports. Skyports is a relatively new company. We've been around for about 6 years, and we're exclusively focused on enabling the new generation of electric aviation. So we're developing and operating infrastructure for the new type of aircraft, as you may see outside, Joby and Archer. We're based in London, but very active presence across the world, specifically in the Middle East. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, all. I'm John Reevy. I work with an engineering consultancy called Mott MacDonald. My background is predominantly in the Middle East, but I lead our Europe aviation practice across the spectrum of advisory, planning, and design of airports and vertiports.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Fethi Shebil, working for Jacobs, and as well, we founded and the CEO of Vport, one of the vertiport operators. Jacobs is one of the leading company for design of course, airport as well. And we'll be happy to discuss today this very important subject about advanced air mobility. Will have an impact on the aviation, on airports, very dramatically for the next couple of years.
Thank you very much. And looking first at the infrastructure side. So Dr. Itani, in your opinion, when you oversee like everything that is happening, the global trends, what do you think is like, do you see as the main trends in terms of the airport infrastructure, design, etc., that will be embedded to not only guarantee the operational ability of the airports, right, the seamless travel experience, but also on the sustainability side?
Yeah, well, I mean, the international, the IATA, International Aviation Transport Agency, has presented the major risks facing air transportation in the coming few years in terms of the probability of occurrence and also in terms of their impact. And in the top left, top right quadrant, we have the climate change issues and, of course, the economic downturns. So in terms of climate change, I think there is a big space and opportunity for airports to contribute in this space and also in the race towards net zero. This would require innovative approaches in terms of the development, also going beyond perhaps their core business of providing infrastructure or buildings, and also contributing to creating and producing this new aviation fuel, or the supply chains, the energy supply chains. So if we look, in terms of history, airports have a strong and successful track record in private-public partnerships, and of course we require the involvement of different stakeholders in order to create this opportunity. So if airports would play their role in the production and distribution of this new energy in this supply chain, it will definitely create more non-aviation revenues for them, and they could capture part of the earnings as well. And this would be a good opportunity for the sector to achieve net zero targets.
Very good. I think very insightful. So, Mr. Rivi, on your expertise on the design of the airports, what would you add in terms of like the design and what needs to happen in the future to also complement that, and also with the look of like the sustainability and how these will impact the airports?
Yeah. I think if you're starting from a clean sheet of paper, designing an airport from scratch, you would do it very differently. The challenge is the majority of the airports already exist. They're large pieces of infrastructure. So you're looking at how do you modify something that then becomes more sustainable, has a lower carbon footprint, and becomes climate resilient. Unfortunately, a month ago in Dubai, the industry saw what climate resilience really means. The level of flooding that happened very quickly. Infrastructure exists. There is drainage at Dubai airports, but it wasn't up to the level that was required on that day. And our challenge with airport design and airport planning is it's actually harder to retrofit and change something that already exists. I'll give you another example at Heathrow. Terminal 1 has been decommissioned for a number of years at Heathrow, but it's too complex, too costly to actually remove the building to allow the airport to develop with a new terminal that is then more sustainable, is improved customer experience, and that challenges the timeline of your airport development. So I think, yeah, we're moving in the right direction. We're identifying what we need to do, what we need to protect for, and it's no longer a 1 in 100-year storm example, it's a 1 in 20-year storm. But retrofitting a large piece of infrastructure to be more sustainable, to be carbon reduced, and to be climate resilient is a significant challenge that comes at a cost, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. And like looking at also the integration, for example, with the urban air mobility and everything that obviously needs to be done for the passenger experience. In your opinion, Mr. Casely, what do you think are the design elements that are really needed to make sure that the infrastructure and the design of the airports, and we have new terminals coming even in the region, new airports in Riyadh, for example, but how to make sure that these elements are captured and that are embedded into the design of the airport?
Sure. So we're in a point in time where we're in front of an opportunity to redefine the way people engage with aviation. Typically, today you have airports which are on the outskirts of cities. People don't tend to fly within a city. They tend to use aircraft to move between regions or obviously continents. But electric aviation, advanced air mobility, presents the opportunity to change that and flip it on its head. The challenge we're facing is similar to what John was talking about. Retrofitting existing airports to serve very different type of aircraft is extremely challenging, costly, and often impossible when it comes to creating a passenger journey that saves time. The whole premise of advanced air mobility is to save people time, to avoid congestion, to create connectivity between the airport and city center, which can take 10 minutes instead of significantly more using ground transport. But to develop vertiports, which is infrastructure for electric aircraft at an existing airport, which optimizes for cost, passenger experience, and safety, of course, is number one, is extremely challenging. Typically, you have major constraints within the airspace. You're combining, you're bringing aircraft which weighs 3 tons with A380s in the same airspace. At the same time, you want to be as close as possible to minimize that transfer, make the customer journey as smooth as possible. So combining these two factors is extremely difficult. And that's why I think here in the Middle East and specifically in the Kingdom, there's a number of amazing opportunities where that can be done with a blank sheet of paper, done from scratch, and really optimized from the very beginning for connecting traditional aviation with this new era of electric flight.
So I think very good points on that. And I think we were discussing it even earlier with Dr. Shabil. And I would ask also if you have anything to add in terms of the design, the integration of the urban air mobility, and what do you see when here we have a bit of more clean sheet of paper, as mentioned before, that we can obviously work to integrate this experience and make sure that this is seamless for the passenger?
Actually, the advanced air mobility is 3 key mainstream right now going in parallel. So the eVTOLs, which is the electrical vertical takeoff and landing machine. This is the industry that's almost 300 company around the world right now developing these eVTOLs. Almost 600 prototypes. It's billions of dollars invested in that stream. So this is a lot of investment. The technology there is available. It's just how to make it happen. That's why we have as much as 600 prototypes. Think about like 600 type of aircraft exist today that they are developing around the world. The second pillar of the advanced air mobility is the vertiport, the infrastructures. So players like Skyports, like Vports, like Ground, we don't have that much today, but definitely we'll have many. And the key challenge of these is to locate this vertiport within the framework of the aviation industry today. So for instance, for example, developing the vertiport in Dubai airport, which is challenging. Developing vertiport in airport where we have already traffic is really challenging. We don't need vertiport right now in cities where we don't have that much traffic because drained by the traffic by definition, so they can sustain the business. But the challenging is the location of the vertiport. The third pillar, we don't talk about it, but this is really crucial and critical, which is the airspace integration. We cannot develop this industry if you don't have an airspace that cater this traffic. We cannot get the eVTOL within Dubai airspace, so there is no advanced air mobility whatsoever. Forget it. Today, I think people interested by the aviation or involved in aviation, they understand very well the concept of slots. Today is very complicated to have slots in different airports. Go to Amsterdam, go to Paris, go to Dubai, Hong Kong. These airports are important. Heathrow, extremely important. Getting an aircraft within the airspace of that airport, forget it. Think about an eVTOL right now to get in there. I mean, it's extremely challenging and complicated. So it doesn't mean we will stop here. That's not the point at all. The point is to understand these 3 pillars and then build around that. The challenge for how to get the vertiport within the airport, it's difficult. Today it's because many airports, their master plan is closed, it's fixed. I mean, they have to balance. They have to think about, should I develop a cargo facility? Should I develop MROs facilities? Where it's like we have investors today. They will invest today. We have the client today. They already signed. The industry is mature enough. Or should I develop a vertiport that I don't know exactly how things will go? This is challenging that any airport operators will tell you about. It's exactly their day-to-day business. Very simple example is Toronto. Toronto is very important. It's almost 60 million pax. And then talk to Toronto today and ask for develop anything you want to develop in terms of vertiport. They will tell you, look, I have a long list of waiting list today of MROs they have to develop. And this is real because this Toronto is important. So this is the challenge that the advanced air mobility is facing every day, and this is not new challenges. happened before when the aviation started. I mean, when we start new industry, we will always find like how to integrate. And this time, right now, for the next 3-5 years, it's crucial for the industry because as Skyport is doing right now with RTA or any other players, it's really challenging discussions. It goes through details, and it's really, it will take a lot of time to integrate. But back again to my point, airspace integration is one of the key challenges. Integrating the vertiport within the master plan of many airports is the second, I think, major challenge that we are experiencing right now for advanced air mobility integration.
Those are very, very valid points, and I completely agree that these are challenges that will have to be solved. Looking a bit more not only at the airport itself, but the urban air mobility as like a full value chain, what do you think are the key investment, probably opportunities, or the key things that the players should really spend more time and effort in terms of at the beginning of the journey with the passengers or at the end, and how to make sure that you also have the integration with the retail experience and with everything that is around the ecosystem. So maybe starting with Mr. Kaiser.
So to use Dubai as a sort of case study, in Dubai, RTA got the mandate to launch a network of air taxis across Dubai by 2026. And they're starting with a network of 4 vertiports in the key locations of Dubai, Dubai International, Dubai Downtown, Dubai Marina, and Palm Jumeirah. And as Skyports, we are tasked to develop and operate that infrastructure by 2026. So we already have a very tight timeline to get that up and running. And that's building vertiports on top of existing structures next to one of the biggest international airport when it comes to connecting flights in the world. So a lot of our attention is into making sure that whatever we design and develop actually works to the benefit of the project, which is, as I said, that the time saving is the North Star of advanced air mobility. If we're not saving time for people, the service will not fulfill its objective. So spending time or investing into, as Fethi said, the airspace integration, working with the ANSP to create new airspace concepts which allow these aircraft to fly efficiently and safely in the new airspace. These aircraft will launch VFR, daytime VFR. They cannot halt or hover for a very long time, so they need pretty efficient air routing to be able to reach the destination and land as scheduled. The other major area of investment that is required is electrification. These aircraft need a lot of juice to recharge in a very short period of time. Each vertiport will need in order of 2 to 3 megawatts of power to recharge these aircraft. And typically sites are at capacity, or urban sites are at capacity. Same with airports, so it's quite difficult to get that amount of power to the sites where we require it. And lastly, the area of investment that requires a lot of attention is the multimodal integration. So making sure that whenever passengers get off the service, they have an efficient way of getting to their end destination. It's going to be a number of years, probably decades, until we see point-to-point connectivity using these aircraft within cities. This will require infrastructure, massive infrastructure development on top of existing structures, on top of new developments. But I'm trust that we'll get there as we prove the usefulness of this type of new mobility. But investing in the multimodal integration where there's a seamless connection from the first leg of the journey to the vertiport, and then at the end to get to the final destination. And that can be through various means. In Dubai, we're integrating with the metro, we're integrating with Uber and other types of car services to make sure that the overall time spent for the passenger on the journey is minimized to the absolute minimum.
Good. Anything to maybe to add?
In terms of investment, I think we need to see it like three business models here that we have to build around the investment in terms of advanced air mobility. So depending on your business model, so if you are structured more related to urban advanced air mobility is within the city. So it's basically within Dubai, within Riyadh, within, again, Toronto or Montreal or Paris. You want to develop very small distance, like short distance, point to point, for people to move. Here, there's a different business case than if you want to develop regional air mobility. So, for example, in Dubai, between Dubai and Sharjah, Dubai, Ras Al Khaimah, or in Riyadh, within different regional, like longer distance, different type of aircraft, different type of investment. Or the third pillar in terms of business model is cargo. Cargo is extremely important for advanced air mobility. It will drive a lot of investment in terms of business case. As you can see, there's different business cases, different investment, type of investment that we need to think of. Regardless of the business case, here, if you're talking about investment for each one, there is another level, which is the airspace configuration. Today, we cannot fly eVTOL to make it financially viable if we use the existing air navigation system that exists today. It's a different business, it's a completely different way of flying. They don't have the same, they communicate the same differently completely between regular, normal aircraft, Airbus 320, for example, or Joby or Archer aircraft. Sensors should be developed. The air navigation system that is to integrate this aircraft within the airspace is completely different. We cannot move the same. We cannot have 3 minutes or 4 minutes between one and the other aircraft to sustain the viability of the business of this industry. It will not go that way. So if there is a kind of emergency or urgency in terms of investment, start with the airspace. Don't start with anything else. Anything else we can refit. Existing helipad could be used for, I'm sure this is the case today. That will be easy, we can manage it. And you see regulators today, a lot of them, they use the existing helipad regulations to like for vertiport operations. But the investment that will be very valuable and good business case is on the airspace integration and air traffic management. Let's start there. That's the investment we need today to enable this industry to fly as soon as possible.
So I'll dare to disagree a little bit. I think for day one, we have what we need in terms of the airspace. You know, we can use existing VFR routes. The aircraft that Joby or Archer or any of the others front runners are certifying, they will be equipped with the same technology the helicopter has in terms of communications. So they can launch using the existing airspace. I agree that it's probably not enough to sustain long-term sustainability of the service and reach the scale or capacity that this industry requires. But in terms of launching day one, there's nothing really stopping us on the airspace side of things. But I agree in terms of sustaining the service and the growth of the services, potentially removing the pilot in the future, that will require a complete overhaul of the way the airspace is managed using UTM and other technologies. But I wouldn't want to discourage anyone who's trying to, or any airport who's trying to future-proof their master plan or launch a vertiport. It can be done using existing airspace structures. There are some constraints to it, but it can be done using the existing technologies.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges, or the immediate challenge of where investment needs to go, over the last few years, it's been predominantly in the aircraft and the technology of the aircraft. We're now in a transition to how do you move from aircraft prototypes through certification to operations. To operate, we need feasible sites. And that's where the investment's going to go in the next 2 years. How do you determine if a site is feasible? How do you spend the time and effort? The airspace integration is one part of that. The utilities integration is another part. Large cities are infrastructure that has been existing for a number of years already. So it's not so easy to just establish a vertiport in the middle of an urban environment. Part of the business case and making sure that you get the return, there needs to be the demand. There needs to be something that is triggering the demand for the business case to work. So is it a train station? Is it the multimodal connectivity? Is it a hospital from the point of view of a medical use case? So you might start with individual zones or target zones, but as you start to look at the feasibility of how does that actually integrate into the urban environment, into the airspace, you're finding the majority of sites are not suitable. And so you're spending a lot of time and money investing in that due diligence of where do you actually want to put a vertiport, because you should not put a vertiport just because someone says it should be there. It needs to be feasible and it needs to make business sense.
Well, that's great, and I think we tackled a lot of topics on the mobility and the integration connectivity between the airport and the urban air mobility. Taking a bit of a step back, Dr. Itani, in your view, looking more at a broader view of the airport and mobility technologies in your studies, would you mind talking a bit about the recent things or recent projects that you have been involved with to expand a bit also more into the...
So, since our programs sit under social studies and social sciences, so we approach the integration of technology into processes and systems from as well as social perspective, as long as, of course, definitely it serves the operational benefits. So integrating technology in the airport system would definitely lead to cost efficiencies, operational efficiencies, and also boost the passenger experience. In terms of digital transformation for airports, the focus currently is in 3 different initiatives: the collaborative decision-making, where the airlines, airports, air traffic control, ground handling, they all collaborate together to boost the efficiencies and to optimize resources. And this is already applied in 32 European airports. Other areas would include passenger experience, seamless travel, and this is now more focusing on the walk-through experience, so passengers are not interrupted. They continue their journey in the terminal. So they walk through check-in, walk through security and immigration, and so they can have more dwell time and enjoy other facilities in the airport, which would definitely boost the commercial and non-aeronautical revenues. And the third aspect is the digital innovation labs that is being set up by different airports in different parts of the world. So we have examples from Changi Airport in Singapore, Munich Airport, Charles de Gaulle as well, and a group of airports, the 4 airports in digital lab, including Dubai Airport, and IATA has its digital lab as well. But I would definitely consider and look at all of these technologies and integration of technologies in terms of the bigger picture worldwide, especially that the international organizations have a duty in terms of creating fair and more balanced share of this technology and the benefits of this technology. So there is a concern that these technologies would create like a digital divide, so between the global north and the global south. And as per the studies by the International Trade and Development Organization, data security is a major concern moving forward. So 20% of the countries worldwide, they don't have legislations to protect the data, especially that most of us, and in terms of passengers and also in terms of operations, a lot of data is being interchanged. So no legislations in 20% of the nations, and of course some nations are going to develop these legislations. Another aspect would be from a social perspective, actually, which is more linked to passenger profiling, screening, and behavioral detection. We are looking also in these aspects in terms of studies to make sure that the passengers are not being discriminated against. So how could we ensure that passenger profiling, of course, leads to the safety benefits and more safe environments, but at the same time, we are not compromising the bias or discrimination against specific or certain groups or ethnic groups, or irrespective of their background. So you have to balance the 2 sides of the coin here.
Yeah, that's a very good point and very valid. Obviously, that embedding the technology, making sure that data privacy is there, and it's very, very important and super relevant. You touched on the passenger journey, and obviously that the push of technology is to get the passenger journey even more and more seamless, touchless, and making sure that it's fast, it's integrated. But at the same time, we know that for airports and for the whole ecosystem, the non-aero revenue, which comes from the retail and from all the opportunities to cross-sell food and beverage and others, are very, very relevant and super important. So, John, in your experience, like what kind of, in the new airport designs, for example, what needs to be there in terms of the digital elements, but also in the design elements to make sure that you still have a seamless experience in the future, but at the same time, you don't lose the opportunity to potentially have a revenue, like making profits out of it. Because, I mean, we know that the airport cannot survive only on aero revenues and making fees, etc.
No, so the passenger experience is a key part of that. And yeah, a question to the floor. How many steps have we actually taken out of an airport journey? In the history of aviation, I think we've taken one step out and we've put multiple steps in. The only step we've taken out historically in airports is weighing a passenger. That might be coming back in vertiports. But the challenge we've got is with multiple stakeholders, the process continues to evolve, but is generating new touch points. So security has become a multi-step touch point. Check-in in some airports is a 2 or 3 step process. We used to go to one desk, now we go to a kiosk and a desk, or you do it on your app. And what we're seeing in airports is the airport's drive is to be more efficient and get more throughput through the same facility. But in becoming more efficient, it's how do you adopt those technologies that enable the efficiency? Knowing that certain touch points have to happen. You've got to have a transition of how do you hand over your bag to the ground handler, to the airport infrastructure? How do you let the airline know that you're at the airport? So those touch points will exist. What they look like, what they feel like, that infrastructure starts to reduce and starts to move into your handheld device. We're seeing more countries and more governments move to e-visas and advanced passenger information. So there's more sharing of data before you even get to the airport, before you travel. That should be reducing the need for increased facilities at an airport. But what we find is the adoption of the technology is challenging. So we've got an e-visa, but you're still asked to provide the paper copy. So which stakeholder is owning the data, which stakeholder wants to see the data. If we go back 15, 20 years, when we moved from paper tickets to e-tickets, we had the same challenge. We had airports that want to see the ticket before they let you in the front door. That's the airport. That's not even the airline's step. So the stakeholders' collaboration in terms of how do you improve your passenger experience. You all share the same customer. All the stakeholders share the same customer. You're trying to get the passenger through the facility quicker, and as the airport, you're trying to get more rotations through your facility. So you need an efficient airport. The benefit of making the facility more efficient is your passengers can get through quicker, and then they're in a captive area where they're going to spend money because they've got time to kill. And that's very different to being in a shopping center. If we go to a shopping center, we go because we want something. When we go to an airport, we want to travel, but we're trapped. And we see the various types of shops, we see the food and beverage, and so that attracts us to spend. But that is now what's changing as well. We're not browsing airport shops as much as we used to. If those of you traveling out of Riyadh this week, have a look around. How many people are just sitting and dwelling, waiting for their flight, and they're sitting on their mobile phones? So how do we take the challenge we've now got in terms of utilizing airport infrastructure is how do we take that retail and food and beverage experience into the digital device? And what we can get outside of the airport. So if I want to order a particular type of food, I shouldn't have to walk around the airport for 30 minutes trying to find that type of cuisine. I can order it on my app. I don't care where it comes from. I'm at boarding gate 14, bring the food to me. The challenge we've now got is airport infrastructure has not been built to allow bicycles or segways to make way between passengers and cross flows because there's all these security barriers. But we're starting to evolve that. We're starting to reutilize the space and do that on-time delivery at the boarding gate. Because the challenge for that passenger experience is, particularly as we move into bigger airports and hubs, I don't want to miss my flight. So I want to know where gate 14 is. I'll get to gate 14, I'll sit there, there's seats, and I'll stay there. I won't spend any money. But because our life now sits on a handheld device, the retail experience has to change, even in an airport, to move to that handheld device. And that changes how we think about moving logistics through an airport, not just passengers.
Yeah, that's a very important thing that definitely needs to be embedded in the future design, and all in all, to make sure that there is this balance and you don't lose, like as an airport, the retail experience. But we are talking a lot about like a perfect experience, seamless travel, etc. And one of the topics that we have seen in the recent news, it's obviously that there might be still some struggle in Europe and in some airports because of the manpower, because of like the shortage of people and what caused after the pandemic and the peak of the traffic of people that will travel now. So a bit like switching to the manpower and to the capability side, like Dr. Itani, what is, in your opinion, like, what are the main challenges and what do you see, how do you see the evolution of like these elements, and what is, how to push and how to really to make sure that we promote enough the system and we make sure that the evolution is there. So
yeah, I mean, in terms of shortages now for the aviation workforce has become a chronic issue, right? So the industry has been facing this for quite some time now across different stages of the spectrum in terms of attracting, retaining, and also in terms of maintaining this infrastructure and this workforce, and also upskilling. And I think this would require a comprehensive approach, top-down, in terms of all the stakeholders, because it's everyone's business, from international organizations that are pushing for capability and next-gen aviation professional initiatives, to industry, also to government agencies, and also definitely the education institutions and training providers. So if they all work together, and they are actually to provide the next generation aviation professional of opportunity, it would lead to good results. But because apparently we are facing a battle in terms of talent, and there is a competition among different sectors on the new generation talent. So there's a very meaningful and important initiative that has been put in place by the Department of Transport and the UK Civil Aviation Authority in this regard, which is actually addressing the first aspects, which is attracting the next generation of aviation professionals, and they are working on focusing on Generation Z, because in the coming period, and actually we are living it now, we are going to have intergenerational issues in the workplace. So we have 3 generations working together in the aviation sector, Gen Z, millennials, and Gen X as well. And this could serve for greater opportunities in terms of knowledge transfer and mentoring as well. But of course, it has its set of challenges, given that this new generation thinks differently. They learn differently, they have a different work attitudes, their meaning towards work is totally different. They love to contribute to things that are meaningful. So understanding the next generation and working in terms of human resource capacity development on onboarding them by promoting aviation as a space for innovation is really important, actually, and also promoting aviation as a place where this next generation can have a global experience and can share this experience into contributing to solve global issues like the climate change, which is a priority, especially for the next generation.
Very good. In terms of like these, obviously are also global trends and things that we experience in multiple regions, multiple countries, as mentioned. What do you see as like when we, given your experience in the region and in Saudi, what do you see as like the most challenging and most pressing things that might need to be tackled here from a regulator point of view, from the airports operators, or even from the airlines point of view, like more in general, like encompassing a bit like what we have discussed so far?
Well, I think, in terms of the general ecosystem and the evolution of the ecosystem, it has developed at a really fast pace in Saudi Arabia and in the region in general. So I think there's a great opportunity where all the stakeholders are coming together and talking to each other. In terms of the organizational structures or the regulatory framework, we've seen huge steps forward by GACA and also all the initiatives and innovative business models in terms of also internal communications between these stakeholders and the external communications, how we are promoting the civil aviation strategy and what's the take or even the involvement of each of these stakeholders and how each agency or organization can help and move forward. In terms of human capabilities and capacity, I see a huge opportunity given that the regions in terms of workforce is really, it has a young age population. They are driven, motivated. In terms of the education services and the training capabilities, they are also underway. And when it comes to operational tactics, the things that we were discussing back in the speakers lounge, which is making all this vision come into practice. So we've seen, in Europe, this chaos in airports because of staff shortages, and I've just discussed a very huge and important initiative costing millions of pounds in the UK, but we are still experiencing this industry action and staff shortages. So I think in this part of the world and in Saudi Arabia, there is more agility in terms of policy response and in terms of policy actions that could be turnkey solutions that can drive change and overcome the challenges that we might see in the coming years in different parts of the world.
Thank you. Dr. Shabil, in the same topic, what do you see as like the main challenges that you could highlight given your experience in the region and given like what we have discussed on both like the mobility or the airport ecosystem, manpower and everything? Like in your mind, like you have highlighted already like before some of the key challenges. Anything to complement and to also to talk about that?
I will tackle your point on two subjects. Basically, the airport design itself and the vertiport advanced air mobility perspective. Advanced air mobility perspective, arithmetics are very clear. When it's urban, we compete against cars, vehicles, so you will have a choice between taking your car to go to your destination or take an eVTOL at Joby or Archer. If it's quicker by car, you will take your car. It's arithmetic. So basically means there is no kind of commercials, behind that. Don't expect to have maybe coffee if you still drink coffee, but I mean, it has to be, no, I don't see, and again, it's arithmetics. We don't see any kind of commercial, non-aeronautical revenues out of when it's urban advanced air mobility. As long as you're to go through a vertiport, then you might need some services. But again, there is not that much. We don't see that much infrastructures in terms of non-aeronautical revenue. Here, because we have the assumptions that this is domestic, still Dubai, still Dubai, Sharjah, still Riyadh. But if it becomes international, so for example, Dammam, Bahrain, so which is like international business, Here, change the dynamic because you will have you will be trapped, as John mentioned. You will be stuck in that box, and you have to spend money somehow. So then maybe it could be you could leverage this in terms of non-aeronautical revenue. So that's the angle of the advanced air mobility. Honestly, I don't see that much. It will not impact the business case of the vertiports when it comes to retails and it comes to non-aeronautical revenue. In terms of airport design, yeah, obviously today we see the experience in different airports. Depending on the type of passengers you have, the non-aeronautical revenue, operators start to engage, start to enhance, to increase, but depends. So if you see the numbers and the statistics, the non-aeronautical revenue in Dubai or in UAE different than in Saudi for different structure and framework. So these are we have to go through details to understand really what we could do in terms of enhancing the revenue or enhancing non-aeronautical revenue. In terms of, I think Nadine mentioned very well the challenge in terms of resources. People think that technology will, we hear a lot of changing, we will have the technology will replace people, but we are saying this for years right now, but every day we are moving and we're still having job for everyone. The generational, that's happened as well before. I don't see, there is challenge, of course, that's why we like this business. There is a lot of challenges we have to face. I don't see them dramatically changing the framework of this industry. People will continue to fly. We will find solutions. Anyway, we came from COVID. We almost died. And then we are now as young as before. So I don't see any, honestly, changing the dynamic. Challenges exist. Of course, we are not, don't take it there is no challenge and everything is pinky here. Not at all. But we learn how to fly. We learn how to live with this. This kind of dramatic situation for the next couple of years.
John, if you want to add.
I think for me we've got to. The reason people work in aviation is there's a passion and an attraction for it, and we need to keep that. So as much as we move digital, as much as we start to change what the roles are in an airport, in an airline, in different modes of air mobility, that underlying passion has to remain. And how you keep that passion growing, how you leverage a workforce, as Nadine was saying, that wants to learn, that wants to grow and develop, that's what's changed. We've got to capture that. You can do 2 or 3 jobs in one job description now. And as soon as airports and stakeholders collaborate in allowing that, it changes the passion for the role. Rather than it being a boring job that was just single-tasked, it's now about multitasking the workforce.
Very good.
Same question. So I'll start with the challenges we face elsewhere, Europe, US, wherever. Things are incredibly slow. Regulations slow to adapt, very risk-averse. There's no top-down coordination from the government. There's no leadership to really deploy and introduce this new type of technology. And this sort of cascades down into planning permits and makes it very difficult for a completely new industry to stand up and create an investment opportunity for investors that is deliverable, believable, and attractive. In the Middle East, we don't have that. There is a lot of top-down leadership. There's a vision, but moving so fast that creates its own challenges in terms of coordination of different parts of government and industry. So the good news is that there is a solution to that. What we've seen or experienced here is that there is a lot of willingness to get together on one table from all parts of the industry, government, and create a unified, coordinated pathway or roadmap that allows us to bridge those challenges that come with speed and do it in a very efficient, iterative way that allows us to realize the vision in the time frames that we were setting ourselves. So yeah, I would say that sort of speed becomes a challenge in itself, but it's a good thing in a way.
Thank you very much. Now maybe opening for questions from the audience.
Okay, we have a question over here.
Thank you. Is the cost of the trip, the domestic trip, is included in your design, or is it not? The cost of the trip between the, like we'll go from here to the airport. How much does it cost for me to pay to use this facility?
It's a good question. The launch price of most of the OEMs, the anticipated launch price will be around $5 per passenger mile. So if your journey is 20 miles, it'll be in the region of $100, $150. But don't quote me on that. That's obviously not our business. I know the landing fees. I don't know what the airline prices will be from the likes of Joby, Archer. But that's the rough order of magnitude.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for this session. I just wanted to check on what are the airports dealing with mobility for those with disabilities or reduced mobility. We are all aging. At some point, we need to have some of these aids. Right now, what happens is everybody is treated as wheelchair bound if you have disabilities, even though you may not need a wheelchair. So are there features that you are looking in the airport's infrastructure to cater for an aging population that is a growing demographics in terms of passengers?
So I can pick that up. You're absolutely right with that challenge. And what we see today is airports trying to fit golf carts through passenger flows. The back of house flow is considerably worse than moving the golf carts through the passengers. But what we're seeing is, why does that experience have to be degrading in some sense? Why do you have to try and shuttle everyone onto a golf cart through a crowded area? Airports in the Middle East have got a great product with their Majlis terminals. So why can't that sort of concept of a separate terminal, of a separate routing from the aircraft to the curb be utilized for various types of disabilities? And it's very reactive at the moment, in short. Airlines, when you make a booking with an airline, the airline will know what type of wheelchair passenger you've got, but the airport and the other airport stakeholders will deal with the passenger as and when they arrive. And I absolutely agree with you, it's a dreadful experience. And you'll see often passengers who are wheeled on wheelchairs parked up against a wall, looking at the wall. So they're in a reduced mobility lounge, but if they've been left there by an agent who will come and pick them up later, but they're facing a wall rather than being part of the audience. So there is an element of training, of what is that type of passenger experience, how does that evolve, but also become natural. And it's not only an infrastructure solution, but we do have the opportunity with infrastructure to say there can be a different process, there can be a different route through the terminal. What we are also seeing is some airports deal very well with the hidden disabilities and the sunflower lanyards. And knowing families who travel with children with autism, that is actually becoming a positive in their experience, and that they will fly with a particular airline through a particular routing because the airport is training its staff to deal with hidden disabilities, to prioritize those passengers, not to treat them as a different type of passenger. And I think that's where it's becoming a combination of factors, but the primary one is accepting there's a changing demographic that have different requirements, and how do you train your staff to react and deal with those passengers.
Thank you for the interesting session. You mentioned a very interesting point that we want a touchless passenger journey in the airport. But on the other hand, we want to maximize the commercial profits from any airport. And this is a basic model when we build or develop a new airport or a new design. So from your experience, how you can see the middle point to achieve the touchless and seamless passenger journey, and on the other hand to maximize the profit from the commercial area.
And that is through definitely utilizing applications. So as a frequent flyer, we have an airline app, but you go to an airport and the airport's got a different app. So how do you start to integrate the different apps? You've signed up to an airline frequent flyer program. You've given them your details, you've given them your passport, and more now you're giving biometrics as well. Across the airport community, if the stakeholders can collaborate, and with the government entities allow the sharing of certain biometric data, your activities can be done a lot more at your discretion, at your choice. Why can't you do immigration and check-in together? The reason you can't is it's two different stakeholders. So at some point, how does that journey become simplified and you as the passenger become in control? To try and then change that to the commercial side, you've got your own preferences. As an individual traveler, and your preferences might be different when you're traveling with your family. But you can define and you can set your profile. You can set what you want. So there's opportunities for now moving from the airline app into an airport app to say, right, John, we know you like this type of food. It's the middle of the day. We suggest you visit this restaurant because on this app, you've given it a 5-star rating. It exists here. That's where we're going to move to the data integration within your phone that you're saying, yep, you can use my profile across different apps. But it's about sharing that data. And that's the key thing that says, right, put me as the passenger in control. Airport, suggest what's here for me. Do I want food and beverage? Do I want entertainment? And it's the move away from shopping to other forms of commercial activity that link to my personal preferences.
Hisham is the CEO of PPMDC. PPMDC is the only Saudi operators operating Hajj and Umrah passengers. Hajj and Umrah passengers are pilgrims. They came from different countries. That's most of them, first time they travel. Most of them, their English is not as good as, at least to get the app and go through the app and integrate buying things, their food or everything by app or whatever. So the touchless experience, the non-aeronautical revenues, it's a different word when we talk to Hisham.
Yeah.
And here, the point I'm trying to explain here is like, yeah, we can think about touchless, we can think about passenger experience. For some type of passengers, it's a completely different game. It's a completely different world. So he has a different challenges that he's facing, how to communicate, how to make sure that the very basic services of the airport exist around, for example, how to prepare the praying area, because these pilgrims, they arrive for specific objective, for specific ideas. Buying things, non-aeronautical revenue for Hisham and PPMDC people are different game, different challenge, different dynamic than going to Dubai or going to... I think it's important to understand or to put some nuances here or some level of understanding when you talk about non-aeronautical revenue, aeronautical revenue, touchless. That's the point, Hisham, right?
Yeah, and if I may add as well, I mean, you're totally right, Fathi, about personalizing the experience. So the more we understand the different personas of the passengers that we are having or handling at the airports, it will be easier for us to address or even adapt to this experience. So in terms of Hajj and Umrah, I would suggest that the passengers would be interested in a religious experience, so they might be interested also in listening to Quran verses, or seeing some augmented reality storytelling about prophets and so on, or even just imagining how the Kaaba and the roaming would be around it. So we could also, integrate these digital experiences and offer the passengers such a new experience based on their personas and their needs.
But I think also linked to the language challenge is significant. Most airports, 2 languages is what you'll see on the wayfinding at most. The personalization, when you have your own device in that situation, is providing it in your language, in your dialogue that you will understand. And again, in that big unknown environment of an airport, where do I get to? What do I need to do? You can personalize that experience very much by knowing the passenger profile, and that includes a language restriction.
I think removing anxiety for people is a good business model. People will pay to be less stressed, to have certainty over how long it will take to get through the airport. And I haven't really seen, aside from sort of the VIP type services, which are fantastic, but out of the price range for the common traveler, I would love to see a product where I'm guaranteed a certain time to get through the airport and to my gate for an extra additional payment. I think that would be quite an interesting and popular option.
I think this is a great discussion, but the team is telling me that the time is up. So thank you very much for the participation. Thank you very much to the audience for all the questions. Thank you.
Are we ready to go? Great. Great to see that the room is filling up after lunch. We wanted to promise free ice cream or something that more people are coming, but the topic seems to be interesting enough to pull you in, so happy to have all of you here in our cargo and logistics panel. And we're going to talk the next hour about key trends, what is needed to attract or grow the cargo, attract business and grow the cargo side here in the kingdom by bringing in international experiences from my esteemed panelists, which will introduce themselves in a second. Just quickly to introduce the topic, Saudi is very ambitious when it comes to air cargo. The objective is to...
The sound can be maybe...
Not even louder. Okay. Just let me know if you can't understand me, then I'll adjust. As I said, Saudi is ambitious. The country, the kingdom, wants to reach 4.5 million ton of air cargo by 2030. That's a factor 5 increase from where we stand today. And GACA is really leading the charge there by pushing investments into infrastructure, helping investments and development of fleets, but also working on the regulatory side. And we're going to touch all these topics in a bit. But let me tell you what we're trying to do. So first of all, we really want to pinpoint the growth levers for KSA cargo, air cargo in the session. We want to provide you with success stories from other markets and the lessons learned for the kingdom from then. We want to understand the needs of the logistics players who need to come here to help facilitate the growth in this business. And then we would like to also get your questions, if we still have time in the end, to answer specific points which are of interest of you. So let me, without further ado, quickly introduce my 3 panelists. We have Glimius to my left, who is the Director General of TIACA, the Air Cargo Association. We have Carlos Tanner, who is representing the big express players as Director General of the Global Express Association. And we have Thorsten Reffers from Liège Airport as one of a key infrastructure player in the business. But let me hand over to the panelists to say a bit more about themselves, but also the organizations they represent.
Great. Shall I kick off? Thank you, Philip. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to actually, first of all, just congratulate the organizers for this event for putting cargo squarely on the agenda. We had the opportunity yesterday in the plenary to talk about the role that cargo plays. And over the last few years, of course, most people will be very familiar with how the air cargo industry supported the global community through the COVID crisis. But cargo isn't just for COVID. It's also not just for humanitarian relief efforts, which it also performs as a first responder. Air cargo is really, the heart of it is there to support the global economy. And one of the other figures that we presented yesterday was to say that the air cargo industry generates about 8 to 10 times more value for the global economy than the total value of tourism globally. And this is a number that we should not really lose sight of, because air cargo, you hide us at the airport, we have to go through the back door, you're embarrassed about the boxes, so we don't get to go through the front door. People often say, you fly below the seats, we have our wonderful first-class cabins. You do, but we also have our wonderful first-class cabins. You know, if you think of the Arabian stallions that fly as first-class passengers on a plane, they fly first class, which is more first class than the passenger first class. They have attendants on board with them. They have 24-hour care in the airport, in the plane. And I mention these as a couple of anecdotes to really, again, reinforce that the role of air cargo plays. So a little bit about me and TIACA. I've been in the industry now for 41 years. I know what you're thinking, I'm far too young, but trust me, it is 41 years. And TIACA, which is the International Air Cargo Association, is a horizontal trade association. So we represent airlines, airports, freight forwarders, trucking companies, manufacturers, technology companies, shippers, anybody that's involved in air cargo, we would welcome in, because as the voice of the horizontal aspect of the industry, we want to make sure that we can collect everybody's views. So really, as an association, we're there to represent the industry voice as loudly as we can.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Philip. Good afternoon, everyone. I can only echo the words of my very eloquent friend, Mr. Hughes. Thank you to the organizers for putting cargo on the agenda. I represent the Global Express Association. That's an association of DHL, FedEx, and UPS, the three leading global express delivery carriers. It's a very specific business model in the air cargo industry. It's intermodal, door-to-door, ground to air to ground. That's what we're called integrators. And we also do customs clearance for our customers. The way I like to describe the industry is a conveyor belt. It's a global conveyor belt, particularly fast, particularly secure, which underpins global supply chains. And yes, e-commerce indeed, but think of just-in-time production, electronics, high value-added items that rely on time-definite delivery. That's our business. Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and I'm really glad that you are joining this panel. Also, thanks to the organizers for inviting me. So apparently, I am bringing the airport perspective here. Some words about me. I'm the Vice President Commercial of Liège Airport. So it's pronounced Liège, for those who are not aware about that. So usually we refer to our IATA three-letter code LGG. That is usually where we are known. I'm with Liège now since 2 years. As you can hear from my accent, I am German. So I'm the German in Belgium. Speaking about Liège Airport, for those who do not know much about it, we are located right in the middle between Amsterdam, Frankfurt, and Paris. So that's what we call always the golden triangle. And obviously that location has something to do with our success in air cargo. Liège is a relatively new airport. It was actually founded in 1996. Before it was a military site. And since then, the airport is a very strange animal in the European airport landscape, because we are focusing in air cargo only. Yes, we have passengers, 170,000 per year. So we have 2 daily passenger flights. So I always say I can handshake with all my passengers. Very familiar airport. So we are really focusing on the development of air cargo. We see the value of air cargo, and that's of course why we are here, and also to discuss. To give you some numbers, last year we did around 1 million tons of air cargo. That makes us a top 5 European cargo hub. We have currently around 50 cargo airlines operating regular, which means on a scheduled base or on a chartered base via Liège. On top of that, we have an ecosystem of around 40 forwarders and logistics companies with a physical presence at and around Liège Airport. Most probably you're also aware we are in Europe the airport with the most freighter movements. And on top of that, we are the biggest airport in Europe when it comes to e-commerce development. And I gladly share a little bit of more insight and best practice in the course of this session.
Thank you, Torsten. As you see, we more or less represent the entire ecosystem of the air cargo value chain with the infrastructure, the logistics player perspective, and then Glenn, you take the rest. Thanks. Even though you see a very international panel here, I would like to start with a question focused on the kingdom, on KSA. When we were just chatting before before we went into this room, we were asked the questions by a colleague of mine. Do you think the 4.5 million is a realistic target for the kingdom? And you had your points of views, and maybe instead of just saying a yes or no, let's discuss quickly what is needed to get there in this short time frame, and what could be the hurdles we need to jump over. And maybe you look like you want to start, so I'll start with Carlos.
With me. But I'll bring a very specific perspective, which is that of the integrator. And we've seen that in other parts of the world. And we'll talk about this later, but I would say in a provocative way, it's not just about air transport. It's about a whole range of policies, starting with trade. Because, after all, air cargo is a function of international trade. Openness, and then a number of policies that spanned beyond the pure realm of air services agreements. In our case, as integrators, for us to be able to provide the full range of an express delivery service, we need openness in a number of areas that are traditionally regulated by trade agreements, particularly in the service area. So, let's start with the pickup point. There might be a UPS or a FedEx drop-off point. That's a small office sometimes, maybe hosted in a small business. That's distribution. It's a service. Distribution services need to be open. Then ground transport. Local ground transport, open to foreign investment, and also cross-border. In some cases, it makes more sense to truck across the border than to fly across the border. But is it possible? Brokerage. One of our members is the biggest customs broker in the world. Do we have access to those licenses everywhere? Not everywhere. So, what else can I think of? Warehousing. For instance, during the pandemic, there was all this discussion about the lack of temperature-controlled facilities around the world. Well, those are very specialized warehouses. So it turns out that in many countries, it was not possible to invest in warehousing services. So, little by little, we've come up to the conclusion that for express delivery and logistics generally, that of course is good for our business model, but it's good for logistics generally, you need to open up all these services as a bundle. Not this one or that one, all of them as a bundle. And in fact, we're seeing that in some regions, that message is getting through. ASEAN, for instance, the trade ministers a couple of years ago adopted a standard definition of what they call logistics-related services, which encompasses all that list. And yes, when those things happen, we see that openness to trade, logistics being facilitated, that attracts foreign investment, that makes a place attractive for transit, for manufacturing. So it's all linked. Last but not least, and I'm sure the question will come up later, so I'll save my powder for later, trade facilitation. That means the role of the border agencies in making sure that the border is not a friction spot, it's not a bottleneck, but it's structured in such a way that legitimate trade is allowed to flow as quickly, as unimpeded as possible. More details on that later. So that would be my recipe.
You want to add on that, or should we move on?
Oh, no, I'd like to add. I think I'd like to really expand upon the last word that Carlos mentioned there, which is recipe. Anybody in here is a baker, they will know that in order to bake the best cake, you've got to have the right ingredients and a recipe to follow. And there's no difference with air cargo. The volumes won't just materialize. You have to make sure that all of the ingredients are in place. And for me, it starts at the very highest level, which is the willingness and vision of a government. Clearly, tick that box, that you have it here. Second thing is you have to mobilize the country and all those in the ecosystem, galvanize to say, we want to support and be part of that vision. Tick the box, you have it here. Then you need to come down and say, okay, how do we get the volumes? Carlos was absolutely touched upon the fact that trade Trade is one of the key aspects, which is trade in terms of an origin point. Excellent. Vision 2030 establishes a number of key manufacturing sectors that will create cargo that needs to move. If you look at those verticals, they are high-value verticals. Aerospace and aviation, pharmaceuticals, high-tech electronics. They don't move by maritime. They tend to move by air cargo. So tick that box. You then need to say, right, what about a destination? Great, you have 30 million affluent, mostly young, looking at this audience, all of you are young gentlemen in the front row here as well. This is excellent because this means that you are going to be growing consumers, which means e-commerce, which both of my colleagues have touched upon. This is going to be an excellent high-demand e-commerce destination. Now we're getting the ingredients right, but then that's still only part of the way, because now you need connectivity. You've got to be able to connect the world to the rest of the world, which means transit. So you're going to need to have origin and destination cargo through trade. You're also going to need to have an established transit hub. And if you gain, I'm sure that Torsten will talk about, so I'm not going to touch upon this, some of the quality aspects and programs that they've put in place in Liège really show how that model can work as well. We're still not finished, because now you have some of the ingredients, but we need capacity. So that means we need to have the bellies of passenger aircraft, but you also need to have those beautiful freighters. Again, if you just look at the aircraft orders, or you look at the planes that are already here and that will be coming here in the next 5+ years, you can tick that box to say that capacity is here as well. Carlos, far more eloquently than I, talked about the infrastructure, the regulatory regime as well. You need to have an effective customs procedures in place to make sure the cargo can flow. You need to have facilities. You need to also consider, I'm told, I've not been here in July and August, but somebody said it gets a little warm in July and August here. I don't know, what's that like, 25, 30 degrees air temperature? Something like that. So a little warm. So if you're going to be moving those high-value pharmaceuticals come through that actually need to be stored at +2 to +8, or in other cases, more extreme temperature ranges, you've got to have the infrastructure and the facilities to keep those products in their optimum condition. And again, if I'd just like to say a little bit about the pharmaceuticals, because a lot of things that we move are just boxes. But when it comes to pharmaceuticals, we're not moving boxes, we're moving lives. We're moving these products which will actually save somebody's life. They're life-saving treatment programs which we're looking at in terms of custodial care. So the kingdom is going to play an incredibly important role in connecting, for example, India, the world's largest manufacturer of vaccines and other value products, for example, through to Europe, through to Africa, through to North America. So you've got the capacity, you need to have the regulatory regimes in place. Then the other aspect, which we talked about yesterday, which is those beautiful assets we said, the freighters, but freighters move cargo unidirectionally, one way. So then you need to have the regulatory regimes in place both here and with partnering countries around the world, where the freighters that have moved cargo to their destination can effectively come back, but not empty, by moving other products around a network so that you can actually optimize those particular freighters. And I don't mean flippant when I say my next thing, but if you're building a passenger network, you send them some beautiful pictures of the Red Sea, or send them a picture of Mickey Mouse, and that automatically generates demand. Air cargo is a much more intricate recipe, because again, we're dealing with a much more broad commodity base. But honestly, to your original question, can it be achieved here? I see no reason why it can't be achieved here, because the ingredients are actually in place and there is a recipe.
Great, thank you. You touched, or you elaborated a lot on increasing volumes by increasing trade. But part of the Saudi logistics hub vision, and that's not a secret, is also to stop the leakage to other very successful logistics hubs in the region. Torsten, you are in a competitive environment, I would say, in Europe, and you managed to become one of the leading hubs. Maybe you can draw some parallels from what you're seeing from a competitive standpoint to what the kingdom is seeing now to get to the 4.5.
Yep, I'll gladly do that. And again, I see a lot of similarities, what is happening here in Liège, obviously in Liège on a much smaller scale. But also there, the success of Liège Airport is from the very beginning they had a clear vision on air cargo. So, and they put also the ingredients, I just have a picture in mind that somebody is cooking there. But at the end, to have this one, you really need to have these ingredients. You need to have a clear vision. And you are right, and maybe for those who do not know, in a radius of 500 km around Liège Airport, we have at least 10 other airports which call themselves cargo-friendly airports. So that really gives you also a little bit of an impression about our competitiveness we have there. I mean, just to mention some airports, you have Frankfurt, you have Amsterdam, you have Paris, even London, Cologne, and even Brussels, not to forget the second smaller Belgium airport. And from the very beginning, again, a major vision, and based on that vision, obviously a clear master plan to execute that. And some of those, let's say, ingredients and success factors Carlos and Glyn already mentioned. So I might maybe repeat them, but number one, obviously, capacity. Capacity is really a key thing. And what is even more important, a proactive development of capacity. So don't wait too long. That's unfortunately something that we saw during the pandemic, that we are running then really in a capacity problem when about warehouse capacity, about logistics facilities and all that kind of stuff. So Liège Airport, since ever, is proactively developing warehouse capacities. It is obviously the first line warehouse capacity, so the warehouses which are directly connected to the ramp. What is even more important is to have the second line development or even the third line development. So these are the logistics parks around the airport. Obviously, we are focusing on the development of cargo airlines, but what is equally important, of course, is to support the development of the activities of the forwarders and the logistics companies. So you really need to create the needed infrastructure for that. And via the infrastructure, you are creating an ecosystem. And that's also quite core, especially for the airport. And I know that my colleagues here are already working on that, to create an ecosystem, a business-friendly environment for all the actors in the air cargo logistics industry. On top of that, and that is not only since COVID, is the digital development. I mean, unfortunately, our industry still is a little bit old-fashioned. You still, and Glyn, I know, can give you much, much more about that. You still see a lot of papers, physical work, and these kind of things. So also there, to speed up the process, to add really a value to the supply chain, is you need to develop digital tools, customs tool, live tracking systems for air cargo. So this is also something we are doing now in Liège. The airport, together with its stakeholders, is creating a digital system which is connected with the handling systems of the airline, with the airline systems, and also with the customs systems. So you have the full visibilities of the entire goods flows via Liège Airport. Obviously, that's not only happening right now in Liège. It is also happening at some other places. So this is core to bring really added value. We were already speaking about also the needed infrastructure for certain commodities like pharma, like perishables. As Glyn said, this is really essential to bring added value. And that is something that we are definitely doing since ever. Maybe just one last thing, and then we will go further. What is also quite important, and that's a success factor of Liège, is we are quite liberal when it comes to giving traffic rights. Belgium is a relatively small country, and I can say that from a German perspective. And Belgium is a trading union since ever, and there we are quite liberal in granting traffic rights to foreign carriers. Obviously, we always need to have a good balance between the rights for the Belgian carriers, but also for the national carriers. A good example is Saudi Air Cargo. Saudi Air Cargo is one of our strategic airline partners there. They are operating up to 10 freighters per week between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Liège. But even further, via Liège, they are flying to the US. So via that, of course, we are also giving more freighter capacity access from Saudi Arabia to the European market, but further beyond. So that's for sure something where should be a strong focus on giving the needed regulatory framework for these kind of developments.
Thank you, Thorsten. Maybe do you want to add even more color with some examples from other markets, or other markets are doing it to attract these or grow these air cargo volumes?
If I could, but could I also just come back, because you used the word leakage as well within the vision. And, you know, my suggestion would be not to focus on leakage, because I see leakage as a distraction. If the way that the vision has been articulated here is executed, it will attract and grow the volumes. If you actually allow yourself to say, well, I want to see what he's got over there and I want to get some of that, you're actually now responding to circumstances and situations beyond your control. And that actually, I think, will take people's eyes off the vision that has actually been created. Bearing in mind, yesterday, as we said, air cargo transports 1% of international trade by volume. If that was to grow by 1.2%, and just by means of comparison, and forgive me for saying this if there's anybody from the maritime industry in the room, 0.2% is about the value of the number of containers that fall off ships every year. So if they didn't fall off ships, but they actually flew on planes, that would grow this industry by 20%. That would take up every spare bit of capacity that exists. So to me, the articulation of the vision and the execution of that vision is infinitely more valuable than trying to run after that little bit of leakage perceived that we should have had that. No, create what you're going to create here. The volumes will grow infinitely to a greater percentage. Coming back to your question, sorry for diverting slightly there. I would say one of the closest scenarios to what's being articulated here is what's happened in India over the last few years. And in India, I can articulate what they've actually achieved in really 3 sentences. Starts with Make in India, or Made in India. Number 2, $5 trillion economy. Number 3, 10 million tons of air cargo annually by 2030. They're about 3.3 million tons today. So they're going to have to grow 300% over the next 5-6 years. Nobody questions it. It's not about questioning the journey. It's again what you've got here. There's a vision that's articulated, started with, Modi down. It's about the manufacturing community saying, we've heard Carlos saying that we need trade facilitation agreements in, we need to attract foreign direct investment. We need to have, as Thorsten was saying, we need to have the infrastructure in place. They're building, I don't know how many new airports they're building, I don't know how many new facilities they're building. They're building the cool chain facilities, for example. They're building all the ingredients in place, and everybody is mobilized working towards that aim. We saw Foxconn now manufactures the iPhone 15, or a percentage of them in India. I don't know how many of Carlos's members' planes were used to fly them around the world, but that's one success story. That generated roughly 250,000 jobs, just that one product, because of the ancillary infrastructure and supply chain services to support that one item of production. Their aerospace sector is growing hugely. Their automotive sector is growing hugely. Now, they have 1.3 billion population. Average age, very young. Average number of phones. I don't know how they managed to use 3 phones at the same time, but I've literally seen people using 3. I mean, they're using the thumb and the little finger to type at the same time. It's phenomenal to watch it happening, but if you look at e-commerce as well in those sectors, so it's the vision that's being articulated here. It's not a wild guess, let's hope this works. It's actually a tried and tested measure. And also, if we look back over the last 30 or 40 years, if you look at what happened in Singapore, same sort of thing. They articulate a vision. They want to have an origin, destination, production, manufacturing, and high-quality logistics. Vietnam is going through that same process now. Malaysia's gone through that. Before that, we had South Korea. We had Japan. These are economies that have really grown as a result of saying that logistics needs to be the heart of everything. If we produce the highest quality product but can't get it out, it's no good. If we produce the highest quality product and we can get it out, but it can only go out on a ship, also, it's great for some products. But if you want to grow, for example, flowers, maybe this is not a good growing conditions for flowers, but let's take where I was last week, Ethiopia and Kenya. You know, in the 3 weeks prior to Mother's Day, and sorry to repeat what I said yesterday, but 90 countries celebrated Mother's Day last weekend ago. 400 million homes around this planet celebrated with flowers that came basically from 4 countries. They came from Ecuador, Colombia, Ethiopia, and Kenya. Those flowers not only created 400 million homes of happiness, it also used wonderful facilities at airports, it used wonderful aircraft, but most importantly, it created livelihoods for 20 million people, and this is actually just in Africa. In Kenya and Ethiopia, 20 million livelihoods were able to put food on their table, send their children to school because of these products. This is the air cargo story. And so, again, I just commend and congratulate what the vision has started here, but my recommendation is people not to question whether or not they can get to 5 million tons. Questioning the end result 5-6 years away doesn't help. Also not to be diverted from your cause by focusing on leakage. It's the eye on the finish line. Usain Bolt, if anybody ever remembers Usain Bolt, the great runner, he had the same capability as me. I can run. I take a little bit longer to get 100 meters. But if you notice when he runs the 100 meters, he never looks sideways until he crosses the finish line to see how far in advance he was of everybody else. While he's running the race, he's purely focused forward. That's what I think the kingdom needs to do. Just focus forward on that finish line.
These would have been amazing closing words, but we
Sorry.
still have to go. Stop. Sorry. Try not to move anymore. So maybe we switch gears a bit and look at a different perspective, and the perspective of the logistics players, and especially the members you represent. What do they? Oh, sorry. Can you maybe? I think it works now. I'm trying to do. Okay. Don't move. What do they need in terms of infrastructure, but also in terms of regulation, to really grow their business in the region, in the kingdom?
Well, it's what I mentioned at the beginning. It's the combination of all these services, openness in the market for all these services, and then really top of the range trade facilitation. Like I said, the border can be a friction point or an enabler. And luckily, as we were mentioning yesterday, we have now international standards for that in the Trade Facilitation Agreement of the World Trade Organization. And it recommends a series of, call it key performance indicators or best standards to bring up the common denominator. And it's a number of things that we value tremendously. I mean, for us to be present in 220 countries and territories and carry 40 million shipments, we don't count things in tons in our industry. We call it in shipments, small parcels, of which the 3 carry 40 million of those every day. And they have to move really, really fast. So to your point on digitalization, Express Delivery was an early adopter of digital information that travels along with, or actually earlier than, the physical movement of parcels. Can border authorities, and customs is the lead agency, but in some countries we have to deal with another 50 border agencies, can they receive that electronic information before the goods arrive physically? Can they then run the risk analysis, highly automated, to determine, okay, of the sometimes hundreds of thousands of small parcels that are coming in, which ones might present a risk, which ones do I want to inspect, which ones can I clear to go right away? Do I separate the release from all the clearance of documents and payments that need to happen at the border? Very importantly, is there a single window at the border where any carrier can send the advance information into one point? It gets distributed to everyone, all the agencies that need to look at those shipments, and then they send one single answer back saying, okay, the Food and Drug Administration wants to see your shipment. And then in our case, of course, because every single shipment is barcoded, we can separate that from the flow and send it to the authority, but the rest can go through. Importantly, in terms of facilities and warehouses, yes, airside, our own warehouse, but then the authorities have to be inside the building. That's the best practice, where you have customs and other authorities inside the building, we grant them space, and they tell us, okay, I want to see this, that, and that. We separate that from the flow automatically. They do what they need to do. The rest can go very, very quickly. So these are policies enshrined in this treaty. We would like to see countries around the world getting to that level. And then there's a step beyond to your vision, which is at some point full digitalization. We can send information that we have digitally. Can the authorities receive it? Not everywhere. Can they do the necessary things with that information? Not everywhere. But more importantly, are we talking just about scanned copies of documents? Today, yes. But increasingly, we're moving into pure data. So it's not thinking, okay, which documents do I need today? Let's do a digital version of that. It's rather a rethink of the whole process. Which data do I need to see to make sure that the import process meets all my interests? No unsafe products get in, nothing illicit gets through, but those that are legitimate can be cleared very, very quickly. And that is going to be increasingly just a pure data exchange. So that's beyond the trade facilitation agreement, but the trade facilitation agreement is a first step. And in that second area, there are many initiatives going around for, digitalizing this multimodal environment, bringing in more players that previously might not have been regulated into the picture. That's very important with e-commerce, for instance, and standardizing it in a way that is interoperable. I would recommend people to look at the initiative that the International Chamber of Commerce has undertaken in a so-called Digital Standards Initiative, which they're looking at all the documents and indeed beyond that, the information that needs to be exchanged. At which stage of digitalization is it? How interoperable is it? And just take it in that direction.
You mentioned multimodal once.
Yeah.
How important is that for your members, but also for others?
Multimodal is our business model. So we pick it up, we truck it to a gateway, we put it on a plane, usually it transits at a hub, sometimes two, and then the reverse process happens. It goes to a gateway where all the clearance is done with customs and the other agencies. It's put into a van, and then you see the delivery agent handing you that shipment at your doorstep. So being able to put all those docs in a row is a function of infrastructure and policy in many respects. So it's very important. Of course, flying, to Torsten's point, is a huge part of it. Our members combined between owned and leased operate 1,556, I think it was, aircraft, the three of them. So very significant fleets to span the world. That requires a very liberal environment. The more liberal environment, the more flexibility cargo operators of the traditional sort or express get. Cargo does not only fly one way, but it changes all the time. Some of it is seasonal, some of it, new production centers sprout up. You want to put the capacity where it's needed at its optimum. Small plane, big plane, several planes a day. So that kind of liberal approach is extremely important for air cargo generally, particularly for express, but for everyone.
We touched upon, the express players, they also transport a lot of e-commerce, and Torsten, you also touched upon e-commerce and the importance which is playing already in the trade lanes, but maybe we can dig deeper a bit into this specific industry, and maybe you can, maybe, can you?
Yeah, perfect.
Now I can hear you.
Perfect. Maybe you can talk a bit about the specific requirements also in the global trade lanes we are seeing of the e-commerce players.
To me?
Happy for you to start.
Yeah. I mean, again, of course, being the e-commerce hub of Europe, obviously, we did a lot of deep dive in that. I think, obviously, we already touched very important elements, which is the digital side. And by the way, I was glad to learn, or I was glad that you mentioned also the multimodal approach, maybe just a small sidestep. That's also what we see now coming from e-commerce. It started all with air cargo at Liège Airport. But what we have right now, right next to our airport, there is a rail operator, and this rail operator is receiving 10 times per week e-commerce trains. So we are also seeing that as an opportunity. So part of our strategy is, of course, to transform ourselves from a pure air cargo infrastructure for e-commerce and for air cargo to a multimodal marketplace and infrastructure. So this is something we are actively developing, and this is also demanded by the major players like Alibaba, Changyao, Amazon, not even speaking about Temu and Shein, the new kids on the block. So there we are actively working also with customs. As you said, this is really quite important, really, to have the support there and create a digital environment. But we also have a customs area around the airport, about 5 km, and there you have a free flow of goods. So that also means that all the warehouses and the infrastructure can be not only used for air cargo volumes, also for road volumes, for train volumes. And by coincidence, Liège is also the third biggest inland port in Europe. So there, obviously, there is a strong demand of the strategic players in the e-commerce industry to support that. Also, what we see is that more of these players are also keen to enter strategic partnerships. I mean, for them, obviously, in their vision, it is quite important also that they have the clear feeling from the partners that they have a vision, that they are creating capacities, that they are creating a momentum, that they are willing really to go in long-term partnerships. I think this is also something you see now in the e-commerce market, which was, especially the first couple of years, it was quite a short notice market. I mean, it was popping up, it was going down and up. So you see now also the e-commerce market, obviously, it is growing. Just maybe to give you a number, last years we handled 400 billion e-commerce shipments via Liège, also to give you a certain number. I don't know who is counting the number, but anyway, it's a lot. So also there you see really the e-commerce industry is looking really now for a joint strategic development, also when it comes to things which might be not come in 5 or 10 years. So that is also something that we see now, that this industry definitely is changing to be more strategic. And now I forgot your question.
I think you answered the question,
Okay,
what are
good.
the requirements of the e-commerce players quite well. So thank you for that.
Can I just add something about e-commerce here?
Please do so.
If we were having this session 6 or 7 years ago, it probably wouldn't even come up as a topic to discuss. Then, of course, during COVID, when people were shuttered at home, I just looked at my daughter. She was itching. She needs her retail therapy. She couldn't get it, so she went online. Millions and billions of her colleagues also went online. And it accelerated the way that, as the global community, that we shifted our consumer activity and our behavior dramatically by about 5 years acceleration over the course of about 12 months. Today, about 20 to 25% of the total global air cargo volume is related to e-commerce. Coming out of China, Hong Kong, in fact, if you look at the Greater Bay Area there, it's about 75 to 80% of all air cargo volume is e-commerce related. You've got, and as Torsten was saying, the new kids on the block, Temu. Temu was established, I believe, about September 22. It launched in the US. By June of 23, it was doing $1 billion worth of sales every month, all of it coming by air. Last year, they spent $2 billion on Google Ads to remind us all that we need to download the app and actually start shopping online, and you get a free voucher for the first purchase, blah, 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 and people get hooked. Sheen came along also, new kid on the block just the last few years. Today, its sales are greater online than Inditex, Nike, and I believe there's a third one put together. So it's greater sales online than numbers 2 and 3. All of it goes via air. And when you look at that model, Inditex has 7,600 retail outlets around the world. Each retail outlet employs roughly 20 to 25 people. They have to ship in stock to be able to sell to the customer what the customer needs. If you, Sheen, you say, I look at everything that's wrong with that model and I remove it. So they only ship what's been purchased. They only manufacture what they can actually sell. They use their intelligence and data analytics to a much greater degree. Supply chain costs for them are not a cost. They're actually a value creator, which is interesting because a lot of people look at, oh, I have to send this by air, it costs me money. For them, it's not. They love spending the money because it creates the value of speed. And I think over the next 3 to 5 years, the expectation is that 20-25% of volumes is going to go to 30, perhaps even 35% of volumes. Liège is going to be smiling. Carlos's members are going to be smiling. I'm going to have no hair left because my daughter's going to account for most of that increase. She hates it when I say this. And she said, Dad, but people probably think I spend all day long. And I said, I have to do the returns. I know when I come and visit her, I know what she's buying because I know what I have to take back to the post office. And she said, yeah, but that's just to grow the volumes of return. So she said, I'm doing you a favor. So as an area of expansion, it's huge. But the reason why I think we need to focus on that, again, link it to the vision that you've got here, is all the other products that the world needs to move around, the pharmaceuticals, the perishables, the fresh food, they need capacity. So these e-commerce players are coming in and they're locking in huge volumes of capacity. But we need to make sure that the growth can still be there for those other verticals. And I think that's where it's crucial that we need to get that awareness out there so people can plan fleet strategies. Again, Kingdom, congratulations, you're actually creating a great fleet strategy. Other parts of the world are being more reactive, and that's where we could see some trouble going forward.
Thank you for that. Can I bring quickly a slightly supplementary perspective here? Glenn has talked about huge players. Indeed, e-commerce is associated with a number of household names now, even though the scene is changing constantly. But what we like in Express about e-commerce is the ability it gives micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, their ability to trade worldwide. I mean, I remember one of our members had an ad showing a family of 4 in a Caribbean island cooking a really powerful hot pepper sauce. And thanks to a very simple website and international logistics, they managed to ship that worldwide. Usually, they would have sold that locally. Now, they had a worldwide customer base. It's a factor of development that is so important, particularly in developing countries. And I think that needs to be facilitated. Now, the problem is some of these companies lack the sophistication to understand some of the trade rules that were built around container ships, big volumes. They might sell 1 bottle of hot sauce or 4, not a full container. How can we make it very, very easy for them to comply? Because they do want to comply. They want to pay the taxes and duties if necessary. They want to make sure that they don't, violate any regulations at destination. They want to tap those markets, but they're very small players. And that aspect of e-commerce is something that we need to keep in mind all the time.
Added to the question, I wanted to make one final last turn, and especially the fast e-commerce models are often criticized due to their non-sustainable way of working, and the entire industry is under the magnifying glass for that. So maybe one last round on what is the industry doing in terms of sustainability, and what also should be implemented in the regulations, etc., in the kingdom to be at the forefront in that.
Can I kick this one off first?
Please.
I think that's a brilliant question. First of all, if you were to canvass people of the word sustainability, what does it mean? You'll probably get a different answer from everybody that you ask the question to. Some people will focus purely on the environmental aspect. It's about the environmental impact that you have on a society. Others will say, no, it's about packaging that you use on things that you purchase and about recycling, etc. we, as a trade association, focus on the United Nations definition of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. For us, a sustainable world and focusing on air cargo means that we have a role to play. First of all, yes, we have to reduce our environmental impact. But B, we have to increase the impact that we can have for global society. And third, we have to be prosperous, because a prosperous industry and prosperous manufacturers will be able to invest back in for a better tomorrow. So we call it the PPP, which is looking at people, planet, and prosperity. First of all, we have to say, from the environmental impact side of things, the air cargo industry has done a tremendous amount, and I'm going to let these guys talk about it, but from electrification of vehicles, from solar panels in a lot of cargo facilities, single-use plastic. This industry used to be a horrendous user of single-use plastic, which used to end up in landfill. If you go to many facilities around the world now, you've got biodegradable plastics, you've got seaweed-based plastics, which is phenomenal. It's actually a very encouraging project there that is actually taking seaweed, which absorbs 60% more carbon than land-based materials. Seaweed farms tend to be set up in developing nations around the world, so it's actually ticking so many boxes, and the process to turn them into biodegradable and soluble plastics are also huge. So a lot of work has been done to look at the environmental side. As Carlos has mentioned, I think there's a lovely story about manufacturing the chili peppers or the hot sauces, etc., is air cargo can personally take credit for actually probably hundreds of millions of livelihoods around the world. I talk about the farmers in Africa probably a little bit too often, but I think it's wonderful that this industry enables that. So I think we have to prepare ourselves to respond to the environmental challenges which we're challenging ourselves as an industry. This industry is investing a lot in aircraft. A lot of conversion aircraft are also a wonderful way of recycling. You know, if you look at these beautiful Boeing passenger planes out there, what would we rather see after 18 years of a passenger life cycle, that they get thrown away, all the carbon that's gone into their production? No, we love to see them go for repurposing, and that they fly into a cloud as a passenger plane and they come out of the cloud as a cargo aircraft. And they have another 10 to 15 years worth of life moving wonderful cargo around the world. So the industry is doing a lot, but of course we need to do a lot more. I'm not going to talk about sustainable aviation fuel because I know that's been talked about an awful lot, but as an industry, we do need to recognize our CO2 impact as well. I think aviation is 2.5% of total emissions. Air cargo dedicated is 0.6% of total emissions. Small, but we would like to obviously reduce that as other things go forward.
Yes, I fully agree. I mean, the environmental issue is something that is very present in the business model, and I would say that we're trying everything we can to reduce it, from making sure that a substantial part of the fleet is electrified gradually. You will see more and more electric vans, more and more electric bikes, all sorts of electric vehicles. We're testing electric airplanes for shorter destinations, carbon neutral buildings, making sure that the supply chain can be as decarbonified as possible. But then again, to Glenn's point, sustainability there are other sides to sustainability. Development is a big part of that.
I promised you in the beginning that we would take questions. We have a little less time than I thought we would have, but happy to take one or two questions.
Hello, guys. I wonder, as you mentioned, proposed, that expansion of traffic of air cargo will increase in the coming years. I wonder, for the next 20 years, would the expansion of the fleet for air cargo will tally with the number of tons, you carry, as we see that e-commerce is picking up and other stuff, also picking up in the number of cars. Are they going to go aside, or are we going to see again some problems like supply chain delays and some sort of problems for the next 20 years?
Can I have the first step? That's a great question. If you look at my head, my hair was left the minute I start saying, I know the answer to that question. Then the hair says, no, you have no idea to the answer to that question. The one thing that we all learn about the air cargo industry is we don't know what next week is going to bring to us. Nobody foresaw, for example, 2023, October 2023, we were saying, oh, what a disappointing year. Oh my God, how long is this going to suffer? Next thing we know, the Red Sea situation, very sad situation it was, but now it meant that the maritime ships that are sailing from Asia to Europe are going to take 14 extra days. Manufacturers can't take that 14 extra days, so they start calling up Carlos's members, they call up Liège saying, I need capacity. Now all of a sudden, we've got actually a shortage of capacity almost overnight. So rates have gone up, etc. Now we actually then think that long-term trends of e-commerce. So we look at the trends. The trends we know are for increase in perishables, increase in e-commerce, increase in consumer activity, high-tech electronics, diversification of supply chains. China currently accounts for 29% of global production and global manufacturing. The G7 countries said we need to diversify. We cannot be beholden to one nation for that degree of production. So Southeast Asia is taking up a much larger stake of foreign direct investment going forward, which means for supply chains, it's going to be much more diversified, great more opportunities for us. Boeing and Airbus predict there's about a 3.8 to 4.2% projected growth over the next 20 years. We as TIACA don't see any reason to deviate from that. We think that there will be ups and downs like a roller coaster, but that does seem like a very fair long-term trend. One challenge we do have, there's a number of aircraft that are actually getting to that age where they need to be retired. And there are a number of supply chain shortages with regards to getting new aircraft off the production line. So I think going forward, this is where the capacity challenge, which we may see in Q4 this year, actually start to bite, which is why conversion programs are so important. Great question. Second one's coming.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Abdelaziz Al-Babtain, Al-Himma Group. I agree with your recipe, both, that in this country we are enjoying good time. I think our vision is not anymore vision, it's already execution. We have the program, we have the roadmap in the right way, especially in the air cargo and logistics. We were way behind. We used to be a rigid country. Luckily now the process and the ease of doing business is already happening, and we are, as investors and developer, we are enjoying that. In my opinion, I think still we are lacking two things: service providers, global service provider, to have more presence to handle these potential volumes, and quality infrastructure. We, in our group, seriously considering developing air cargo hub in Saudi Arabia. Keep in mind, Saudi Arabia, we are not only 30 million, we are also having a potential 30 million Muslim Hajj and Umrah passengers. We're already having 80 million as of today, and by 2030 we'll have another 30 million. Above and top of that, more important, we are ideally located as a regional hub. We can connect volumes from Kenya, Ethiopia, and other African market to European market, and the other way to Asia. Also, we can be, and we did our own studies, and we found that mixing mode of transport between sea until Saudi Arabia, then by air to Europe, it will make a lot of sense, and it will reduce a lot of time and volume. But how those global players like Liège Airport as an infrastructure, Express as a service provider, how can we integrate and tap to this global knowledge and make it feasible?
The sound system is not good here. Can I just, Philip, did you get the question at the end? It's saying, how can the infrastructure, how can you develop the infrastructure? He took it away too quickly.
I think in Saudi Arabia, we are not lacking investment, we are not lacking the will. We will develop the infrastructure, but how can we tap to the service provider who will do the 3BL, 4BL air cargo, and also the airport management?
That's a great question. Shall I take the first stab and then you guys come in?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear the question.
Sorry?
What was the question? I couldn't hear
So
it.
it's a case of they have the infrastructure, the investment for the infrastructure. But once the infrastructure is there, how can they attract in then the service providers, the 3PL, the 4PLs, etc.? I think the one thing that's good about this industry, it's a magnet. If you have the infrastructure, as the kingdom's vision develops, you will find many people here that I haven't seen you before. No, we've been following. Now we're here. Now we're ready to actually play an active role. The same happened, I mentioned India before, the same is happening now in India. India has one difference versus here, they don't have enough homegrown capacity or home capacity under a local AOC. Here you've got, that is not going to be an issue. You have the investment here, you have the vision here, you have the willingness. I think international players will come here. This type of event is great for shining a spotlight on aviation.
Correct.
There will need to be, and we as TIACA are also looking to see if we can actually play a role to help shine a spotlight for the logistics industry on the opportunities that exist here. You will find that people will want to reach out. I think that the world, and this is another part of, one of the things that came about when you talk, sorry, I just tell me to stop talking.
Stop talking.
Okay, well, I won't. The wonderful thing over the last few days, I'll talk fast. The last few days, we saw some beautiful videos of things that I did not know that about Saudi Arabia. Honestly, you have been too silent for too long about this wonderful kingdom, about what the tourism opportunities you've got here. And now the logistical opportunities, I think you need to be proud and loud. As you are proud and loud, you will attract in people that say, we want to partner and work with you.
Can I add something, one thing?
I think we're going to be dragged out by our feet in a few minutes, but just very short, very quick.
In our experience, where the policies are right and the infrastructure is right, it will attract investment. If you see the manufacturing plants that start popping up around our hubs, for instance, just because the logistics are there and the policies are right, they will come. No doubt about that. But let me add one thing. An essential thing is to keep this constant dialogue between the authorities and industry every week. What's going right? What's not going right? What can we improve? So that we fine-tune it constantly through facilitation committees, through chambers of commerce, through bilateral meetings. Always, constant, all the time, to improve it, and you will see the results, I'm sure.
Perfect. Thank you to my three great panelists. Do you want to have the final word?
No, because I'm really in fear. I see the
next panel.
No, I mean, I think anyway there are most probably more questions, so I would just suggest after the session, we are still here.
And just a little advertisement. We're discussing cargo logistics. In Gate 1, there will be a panel discussion on special economic zones. I have to head over. Hopefully you join me, or you join Torsten for a quick one-on-one to answer questions. But thank you for being such a great audience. I saw a lot of interested faces, people nodding, people not being on their phones typing, but recording. So it must have been, or hope it was of value for you. And again, thank you to the panelists. Thank you for the organizers.
you.